You all set? Okay, I'd like to bring to order the November 28th, 2023 special regular City Council meeting of the City Council of the City of East Lansing to order. At our opening, could we have the roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Altman.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows.
Here.
Councilmember Watson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh.
Here.
Mayor Brookover.
Here. Item 1.2 is approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to either approve or modify or amend the agenda? Mr. Meadows?
I do have a motion, Mayor. I would move approval of the agenda with the following change, that the deer management presentation be item 4.1, that the policy resolution item be 4.2, and the discussion of board and commission assignments be 4.3.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I'd also like to make an amendment to the consent agenda, so should I ask for that now or ask for it later?
Yes, now.
So since in our previous minutes, the council members voted to postpone the appointments and reappointments to today, I think we should add what was on the previous agenda that council agreed to postpone to today.
Okay, do you know which ones those are?
I don't-
Let's just do two motions, okay? So on Mr. Meadows' motion, we can have two motions to amend. On Mr. Meadows' motion, any further discussion on that motion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think I have one more change. I think the special or the closed meeting minutes that were moved from the last meeting were supposed to be on this agenda as well.
No, I'm deferring those to a future date.
Okay, then you've answered my question on
Okay. So, all those in favor of Mr. Meadows' motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Ms. Watson, I think the two you're referring to are to the Police Oversight Commission. Those are the only reappointments that I remember. Are there others that you remember?
I thought someone said all reappointments were not placed back on the agenda.
And I think what I was just saying to you, my recollection is that there were only two reappointments originally. Can somebody correct me that there were?
I don't have my list, but I thought there was a reappointment to the Arts Council or Arts Commission. I need to look that up.
Do we have a staffer that knows? Okay, and that person is who? The reappointment?
All right, it looks like Ally, do you have it? Serrato? Yep.
Yes. Okay, so it would be Ali Serrato to the Arts Commission, Dr. Kath Etzel to the Independent Police Oversight Commission, and Robin Etchison to the Independent Oversight Commission. So is there a second on that motion? I second it. Okay, any discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. So those will be added. Mr. City Manager, unfortunately, it is your job to read the consent agenda.
It is.
So those will be added to your job task for the reading of the city, or the consent agenda tonight, please, when we get to that point. Okay, with those modifications, can we have an overall motion to approve the agenda as modified?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. The agenda is modified as suggested. Item 1.3 is approval of the minutes of the regular council meeting of November 14th, 2023. Will somebody make the motion? And if they have any changes or modifications, please let us know.
So moved.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any changes to those minutes?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
If I could, under item 5.1, it currently lists the vote as 4 yeas, 1 nay, without identifying the yeas and nays. And I believe our practice was to identify the yeas and nays.
And I agree with that. I think the city attorney would agree with that too, correct?
I do agree when it's not a unanimous vote to show the yeas and nays.
So unless unless you have the recollection of who voted how,
I do.
okay?
Yeas were Altman, Brookover, Meadows, and Watson, and the nay was Singh.
Okay? With that, and you make that in the form of a motion to amend the minutes?
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I have another addition.
Yes, ma'am.
On 1.4, approval of the agenda, it said there were 5 yeas to Meadows' motion to remove the consent agenda. And I think I'm looking at the right one, but I was a nay vote on that.
Do you have the page on that, just so I can look at it?
1.4, I think it's page 2.
Okay. That's in the form of a motion to amend the minutes? Yes,
Okay,
ma'am?
yes, yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that one? So, we have 2 changes to the minutes as proposed. Can we have a motion to approve the minutes as amended, please?
So moved.
Motion from Ebersol Singh, do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Meadows, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion passes as approved. Thanks for your attention to the minutes, folks, appreciate that. Okay, now we move to communications. We do have many communications tonight. We appreciate you all coming out and telling us what we're doing right or wrong or indifferently. And we'll have written communications are already received by the council or posted on the online agenda. But I will be asking people to come up. If you haven't filed a blue sheet, please get it up here if you can. We ask that you just identify yourself for the record, and please try to stick to a limit of 5 minutes. First person I have is Karen Haney.
It's Honey.
Sorry.
That's all right. It's a hard one to pronounce. Rhymes with pony. Hello. My name is Karen Honey. I'm a lifelong resident of East Lansing and the current chair of the Human Rights Commission. The views I expressed tonight are shared by the current vice chair of the Human Rights Commission, Julia Walters. I am here tonight in response to the selection of mayor and mayor pro tem that occurred at the meeting 2 weeks ago. I feel that a grave mistake was made, and I urge you to reconsider. I am here tonight to talk about Councilwoman Dana Watson and to speak to her integrity, her character, her wealth of experience, and to her commitment to the city of East Lansing. Councilwoman Watson has served the city of East Lansing in a variety of roles over the last 8 years. During their campaigns, Eric Altman and Mark Meadows ran on a platform focused on the importance of institutional knowledge. Dana Watson is the embodiment of institutional knowledge. She participated in the Emerging Leaders Program, then served on the Planning Commission, the Human Relations Commission, and the Community Development Advisory Board for CDBG funds. In 2020, she was appointed to one of 2 seats out of an original 23 applicants to fill a vacancy left by the mid-meeting resignation of Ruth Beyer and Mark Meadows. The following year, she was elected to a 4-year term, receiving the most votes out of all candidates. She has served thoughtfully and faithfully as mayor pro tem for the last 2 years. You could search far and wide and not find a more qualified candidate for mayor than Dana Watson. It is absolutely absurd, unbelievable, and unconscionable that not only was Dana not elected mayor, but that she was not even elected at the very least mayor pro tem. I've racked my brain for an explanation, and the only thing I can come up with is that it is a manifestation of implicit bias at best and blatant racism at worst. Councilwoman Singh, in her acceptance speech, stated that she was inspired to run for council because of the confidence expressed to her by women voters in East Lansing. That sentiment rings hollow, considering the first action she took as a new council member was to step on the neck of the only other woman on the council, the only woman of color, and the only person of color left on the council, a woman with vast more city government experience than she has. It is not too late to do the right thing. I urge you to look beyond your own ambition, to look into your conscience and your hearts, and to step down from your offices, to hold another vote, and to elect Dana Watson as the next mayor of East Lansing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nell Kunmich.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the East Lansing City Council, my name is Nell Kunmich and I live at 812 Applegate Lane. First, allow me to congratulate the three of you who were most recently elected and welcome you to the council. I thank you for your willingness to take on the challenges, and I encourage you to give it all the energy and enthusiasm that you can, because there certainly are many of them. I remember with gratitude how two of you worked tirelessly in the past to assist in convincing the voters of this community to support a successful bond for our new schools, buildings, and we have those today, and how you work to assure a more stable revenue base for our city. I again wish you all the best as you undertake the challenges in front of you. As some of you know, I served for 9 years on the East Lansing Public School Board, the last 4 of those, well, most of the last 4 of those as the president, to which I was elected by my fellow members. I also have served and continue to serve on the East Lansing Age Friendly Committee, and in the past I served on the Hannock Community Center Committee. This evening, I am registering my concern with the action of your most recent meeting to appoint by a 3-2 vote a brand new member of the council as Mayor Pro Tem. While the person whom 3 of you supported is, in fact, a talented individual with strong credentials for serving on council, she has never served in any capacity on a city board or commission, and is only now assuming a formal role with the city government. I have no doubt that she will learn a great deal about our city and our city's governmental structure and functioning as she serves in her new role. And I am absolutely certain she's going to become a valued member of our council and contributing to our city in great ways. Nonetheless, I am deeply troubled that only 2 of you voted for an individual who has served faithfully and well on the council for more than 3 years, has served in the capacity of Mayor Pro Tem for more than 2 years, and had prior to joining council, and I think my years are a little bit off there, forgive me for that, but they're short, if anything else, and who had served prior to joining council on the East Lansing Planning Commission, the Lansing Community Development Advisory for CDBG and Human Services Funds, and the East Lansing Human Relations Commission. Your slim majority decision to elevate a brand new member of council to this position appears not only disrespectful of the woman who has served tirelessly and with honor in many capacities with our city and within our city, it causes me serious concern that at least 3 of you do not recognize the implicit bias demonstrated by such a decision. Learning about implicit bias in our lives and in our actions is a tough journey, and it is a journey that likely does not have a clear ending for those of us, me included, who are not members of the groups that are marginalized in our worlds, and yes, regrettably marginalized in our own community. I recognize that my own work, and it has been work, and there have been many people patient with me, especially when I serve more publicly, but my own work on my own bias has been challenging, and it is ongoing. Recognizing one's implicit bias and acting to begin to correct it would demonstrate a strength of character that would be welcomed from the persons to whom we have committed the responsibility of directing our community. I ask you, though I know I have no authority to do this, I know the decisions are yours, I understand that, but I nonetheless ask you to look deep in your hearts, reassess and reconsider your decision, and at the very least, elect Dana Watson to be your Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for your soul searching, for the work that lies ahead of you in undertaking it, and your consideration.
Thank you for your input. Christine Root.
I'm going to pass.
Okay. Mr. Ramirez Roberts?
Hi there, I'm here to talk about the city's tree manual that was approved in September 2023. It was done by the Davy Group, and I've already talked to Chris about this. Cliff, I'm sorry, and your last name starts with a W? Wallace, I'm sorry, I thought it was Wolf earlier, and I'm awful with names. But I've already talked to Chris Wallace about it, but Cliff Wallace, I'm so sorry about it. But there's some numerous errors within that tree manual, especially when regarding the native status of plants. One of the most egregious ones is it lists a bald cypress tree as native to the area, when in fact its farthest northernmost range is about an 8-hour drive away from here, right along the Ohio River. And another one is the sweet gum, which I know we also have planted in the city. That one is about a 6-hour drive away when you're talking about in terms of the far north of its native range. And then also about how we have 2 bald cypress trees. I don't know if this is the result of that tree manual. We have 2 bald cypress trees at the pond at Albert A. White Memorial Park. And those bald cypress trees, when they drop their leaves, that acidic mulch is going to lower the pH in the pond, which leads to more algae. And if you've ever seen Albert A. White Memorial Pond in the summer, more algae is the last thing we need there. And then also another thing I'd like to see is an update to the city's invasive plant guide. It is basically just 4 plants right now. No tips on removal, no tips on maintenance, just here's the plant. And it's really only buckthorn and poison ivy. Poison ivy is a native species. I understand it's annoying, but it is native. But one thing I'd really like to see added is winter creeper euonymus. I've been spending a lot of time in our parks, and that one is slowly starting to overtake multiple trees in our parks, really starting to dominate the understory and push out a lot of other plants. So I would like to see winter creeper euonymus added to that, or at least added into a newsletter, because I know we have many people who plant it, including one of my neighbors, whose plant I have to fight back every year, but because it spreads very aggressively. But I would like to see at least a newsletter to let people know, hey, maybe don't plant this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ernest Connerly?
Good evening. My name is Ernest Connerly. I've been a resident for about 10 years since I went in college, and I've never attended a city council meeting, and I never imagined that I would have to. But I feel compelled to come and talk about just some deep-rooted concerns that I have with the city of East Lansing. As a black resident of East Lansing, that I don't really feel like I have a place in this community anymore, just from what happened with the racist report that went out about the director and the mayor, and then what this council did in this last council, not even recognizing their own privilege and electing people to seats to the mayor and the mayor pro tem seat while single-handedly making excuses for why they believe they should be in those seats while not acknowledging the work that Dana Watson has done. As a member of the LEPOC committee, I find myself standing here wrapping my brain around why I have to fight for the integrity of our commission when there's people who ran on the council, ran on a platform that we hate the police and that we don't do this, and just really painting our commission in a negative light, which I believe further disrespects the work that Dana Watson has done and the work that the commission has done, and the fact that we have to beg for reappointments of 2 of our most valuable members, Dr. Kath Edsel and Robin Etchison, who we may not always agree on the path that we should be taking or the work that we're doing, but we all agree that we want a police department that represents the community that we live in. And as a black man, I haven't had many experiences with the police, but I would be naive to say that the police is not perfect. I go to work on this commission to do great things for the policemen, along with the 2 people that you are making excuses to not reappoint and removing them from the consent agenda and moving them here, moving them there, and pretty much giving the citizens of East Lansing excuses. You know, I find that disrespectful because we voted for people to have integrity, to come do the work of the citizens of East Lansing, but you're more interested in your own selves. You fail to recognize your own privilege. You know, I don't know you, Ms. Singh, and I voted for your husband when I first moved here, but I encourage you to recognize your own privilege. You cannot just walk into a space and look past the people that was there. You know, that's just disrespectful on many levels. As Ms. Nell said, I'm sure that you will grow to be a great council person, but you should ask yourself, is it your time? Have you done the work that Dana Watson has done to sit in the seat as mayor pro tem. You too, Mr. Brookover. You should ask yourself, because what I read in the newspaper, your answer to be the mayor is because your father was the mayor. And I don't know if that's really a legitimate reason to be mayor, because I have never seen you come to our police commission meeting. I've never seen you even come to my neighborhood. Actually, I've never seen any of you come to my neighborhood except for Dana to even campus our people. But you know, a lot of minorities live in that neighborhood. We're across the street from the Deer Path community. So it makes me wonder if people that look like me and Dana has a space in this community. Or does Dr. Cav also have a space in this community? Because you continually slam the door in the faces of the minority and marginalized people by the choices that you make. And you can't sit up there and say that you represent us when your representation is a reflection of yourselves and not of the people that you truly represent. So I would urge you in this last 1 minute that you shouldn't make a mockery of the work that we put you here to do. You shouldn't make a mockery of the commission that I know most of you don't agree with and you have a negative opinion on. And, you know, because it really destroys what's left of integrity that I feel you have, which I don't really feel you have any. But that remains to be said. I urge you to keep Dana Watson as our liaison to the LEPOC Commission because she's too valuable and she's done too much work to be sidelined the way you did her for the mayor or the mayor pro tem work, as well as keeping Dr. Etzel and Robin on the commission. I've grown real fond of them. We bump heads a lot, but we get things done. And so I urge you to set aside whatever personal opinion, because I truly believe it's personal, of why you're choosing not to reappoint or make a mockery of reappointing those two people, a gay woman and a black man. If I just truly believe that if it was two white people, you would have reappointed them with no hesitation. So I urge you to reappoint them without making a mockery of the situation. Thank you.
Thanks for your input. Dr. Edsel?
Need the glasses. Good evening. Over the last several months, maybe even longer, a narrative came out locally that implied that several city department heads left the city because of the actions of the then mayor, the director of DEI, and the interim city manager. The reason given in an anonymous complaint was that the mayor had secretly violated the charter and the DEI director had overstepped her boundaries. The charter violation: the mayor allegedly discussed a plan that would integrate DEI into the city government. This allegedly led to mass quitting, even though some of the people who left did so prior to the alleged charter violation, and the library director, who was lumped in with others, left for completely different reasons. So let's dissect this. A white person or people did not like the idea of integrating DEI throughout the city and wrote an anonymous complaint declaring the mayor was violating the charter and that the department heads were leaving because of this charter violation. This complaint, which was found to hold no merit by an investigation funded by tax dollars, and the media surrounding this narrative, led to several candidates, two of you who are sitting here tonight, running campaigns that maligned the then council and demanded we bring institutional knowledge back to the city. And yet, when the newly seated council elected a new mayor 2 weeks ago, Dana Watson, a black woman, was denied both the mayor and mayor pro tem roles despite having worked for the city in multiple capacities over many years, whereas the new mayor pro tem has not held any position volunteer elected in this city. Furthermore, the new council pulled the consent agenda, which included new and past commissioners, to several city commissions, including, sadly, all the children appointed to the newly formed Youth Commission. Thankfully, those teens and young adults are back on the agenda tonight. But until the amended agenda by Councilmember Watson, myself, Eric Williams, who wasn't on the other agenda but needs to be put on the agenda, and Thassan Sarter, and Robin Etchinson. I am an openly LGBTQIA person on the police oversight. Eric and Robin are both black men from the police oversight, and Thassan is a Muslim serving on the Human Rights Commission. When the agenda came out last Friday, I contacted my liaison council as well as my staff liaison to find out why, but neither of them had an answer. Finally, yesterday I was told it was a unilateral decision made by the mayor. There are a few LEPOC members here tonight. We are volunteers who, for a variety of reasons, willingly give our time and our energy to improve policing in our city. This is a monstrous task, given the history of policing and the minimal support and power we hold. But for those of us doing the work, the goal of ending racial bias in policing and decreasing the use of force, especially in regard to the disproportionate use on marginalized and vulnerable communities, is worth it. We would simply appreciate a minimal amount of information and respect when appropriate. Which makes me wonder if the whole institutional knowledge and transparency thing were just a smokescreen all along. Let's theorize if the previous mayor, a black man, had spoken secretly with the city manager about giving all the department heads a $10,000 raise, would the idea of a charter violation ever been raised? Nope. If the black woman, who is the director of DEI in our city, knew her place and did not try to do actual DEI work in the city, would the complaint have ever existed? Nope. If the LAPOC and HRC members who were removed from the consent agenda for legitimate reasons, from the consent agenda, wouldn't a transparent government notify those liaisons or the commissioners? They should. I'm tired of pointing out racism, but I'm positive black and brown people are far more tired of experiencing it. This narrative of race was racist, and the candidates who hooked their wagons to it benefited from white supremacy. I know this because I talked to people who supported those candidates. White fear is a potent motivator. I had one person out and out tell me specifically, DEI is just too soon and too fast. It's 2023. At what point will the city truly address the white supremacy that is soaked into the bones of every institution within our city's boundaries? This council has demonstrated early on that they have no intention of being anti-racist, and we're only on your second meeting. Either do the real work and address racism in all its forms, or simply announce that you have no intention to do so. No more performative town halls. Let's get to the work and get it done. Thank you.
Thanks for your input. Lawrence Coster?
Hello. Oh, sorry. Thank you. My name is Lawrence Coster. I'm at 915 Rosewood Avenue. And first of all, congratulations to all of you on the election. I want to say that my wife and I have called East Lansing our home for years. My wife grew up in East Lansing, and after finishing graduate school in Seattle, we decided to return to her hometown to raise our family. She works at MSU, and we bleed green, though occasionally other colors make their way in there too. And both of our daughters have lived here since they were born. But we are troubled by the housing ordinances as they currently stand, and also troubled by the R01 overlay that is currently being considered for our neighborhood in Glen Cairn. We've spoken with many neighbors and residents of East Lansing who are equally alarmed, concerned, and even outraged. We urge you to reject the overlay and amend the current housing ordinances to protect our families and allow our neighborhood to be welcoming to all of its families and residents. While we were in graduate school at the University of Washington in Seattle, my wife and I benefited by staying rent-free with a generous, kind stranger. She'd also struggled financially during grad school and benefited from the generosity of another established resident. And she was paying it forward by opening her home to us and several other students who through the years have gone on to graduate school, promising careers, largely helping others in a variety of fields. Not only did this give us the opportunity to save money and live in a comfortable home, but also allowed us to join the community and care for elderly members of our adopted family. Unfortunately, we're dismayed to see that in East Lansing, the current ordinances and the proposed R01 overlay prohibit our ability to pay that kindness forward by restricting who can stay with us, either as renters or as guests. The waste of space in the form of unused rooms seems an affront when there's an ongoing housing shortage. These restrictions mean that my family won't be able to host an au pair to help with our kids, exchange students, colleagues, cousins, good friends, and more, all of which would enrich our lives and make our community more vibrant. In addition, my wife and I have lives and careers that will likely take us away from East Lansing for short periods, including a potential 2-year appointment in Washington, D.C., as well as family needs like taking care of my ailing parents in California. But these potential stays away from the home will be unaffordable for us if we cannot rent our home out to other families during our absence. one of our considerations when we purchased our home in the first place. It seems unconscionable and ridiculous that we would be forced to choose between these pursuits and duties, serving our country and caring for our family, and owning our house in East Lansing, which is where we had planned to raise our children and still hope to call home for years to come. Now that our neighbors are aware of what the RO1 overlay will take away from us, many are wondering how to stop it, or at the very least, if an RO2 or RO3 would better serve our needs. The petition was pushed through quickly without appropriate time for deliberation, and many of our neighbors signed the petition after being given incomplete and often incorrect information, not realizing they were signing away their rights or that there were other options. This, of course, is why many of my neighbors have since then signed retractions to the original petition or have signed on to another petition we're circulating asking for a delay in the overlay. Given all of this, we urge you to consider amending the housing ordinances to protect our fundamental rights as homeowners, as well as removing retroactive fines and the overly narrow and vague definition of a family. We also ask you to reject, or at the very least, not consider the proposed RO1 overlay for roughly 90 days, which would give our neighborhood adequate time to discuss the current options and determine which overlay, if any, would work best for all of our needs. Thank you very much for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you. Sally Newton.
Good evening. My name is Sally Newton. I live at 939 Sunset Lane. My husband and I have called Glencairn neighborhood our home for 45 years. We are a quiet, family-friendly area with young families and seniors working together and living together, helping one another as life unfolds. We would hate to have rentals interfere with what we have built at a time when Lansing and areas like Traverse City and Holland are struggling with short-term rentals. That is something that we'd like you to consider. After talking to many of the neighborhoods, we were surprised to learn that we were not in an overlay, and we talked to many of the neighbors and went to City Hall to receive the guidance that we would need in order to construct and follow the process for creating an overlay. My husband and I often say that having a good neighborhood is like having a good marriage. You are trusting, you're honest, you care about one another, you're respecting differences. I urge you to consider thinking about the rentals and the rental process in East Lansing. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Rose.
Thank you, and congratulations to all of you for being here and making it through. We're glad to see you as our new city council members. My name is Patrick Rose. I live at 310 Oxford Road. My wife Sherry's here. We've lived in this city for 35 years. We raised both of our children on Oxford Road for 21 years. There came a time when my wife's mother had lung cancer. She needed to come in her final days and be with us. We didn't have a big enough house. The city helped us with that. We tore down our house, we built a house in its place, and we designed the house working closely with city officials to build a grandma room. When it came time to have Barbara come, we asked the city if Chucky could be there too. And Chucky had been with Barbara like a husband, but they were not married for over 20 years. We were told we could not have Chucky live with Barbara while she was in her final, hardest days, because the city code defines him as a tenant, and it would define us as a rental unit. And these definitions are clearly in the code and nowhere to be found in the document that everyone got to take away the solution that the city gave to our family so Chucky could be in our house. I was told, get a Class 1 license, and then you can have your single family. And because we can't force Chucky to marry Barbara, but we don't want to exclude Chucky, we'll give you a Class 1 license, and all that will allow you to do is have an unrelated occupant. We face currently very similar circumstances up and down my street, and we have common ground and shared values amongst my neighbors. I and 7 of us have gone door to door. We have found almost no one that can explain why the RO1 overlay takes away the right that I had to seek a Class 1 license and let an unrelated person come into my home. Every single person I spoke to, and I haven't found an exception, including people who circulated the petition, told me that we could have an au pair. When we get sick, we can have a caregiver. My neighbor was having to move in to Bircham Hills after her husband started wandering the neighborhood with dementia. She did not want to have to sell that house because that was her asset. They would have taken the money. A City of Lansing official had to explain to her that if she brought someone into her home to care for Andy, it was going to require a license she couldn't get quick enough. And if she brought a renter in, she couldn't get the license quick enough. What the RO, she had to sell the house and the state got the money, and she went and lived at Bircham's and then left the city. I went to Mark Meadows and I went to Missing, and we discussed the problem. And what I asked for was an ability to have a frank and honest discussion about what we're really talking about. And what we're really talking about is no group rentals, no houses filled with students. It's not an issue. You solved that, Mark, in '97. Class 4 and Class 7 license haven't been given. I've watched that neighborhood. I've been litigating this issue. You know I have. And when my nephew was in my basement and the PACE officer came and was surveilling my property because I was helping a grandmother who got $38,000 in sanctions in front of Judge Giddings. And I said to him one day on the street, why are you taking pictures every day? And he said, because you have somebody in your basement. And I said, I have my nephew in my basement, and he's needing a family, and I'm sending him to college. And I had to go to the city council, and Ned Irwin remembered this, and I had to say to city council, if you give me this bundle of 16 or 18 or 20,000 in fines, which is the routine way, and go back to the city and have Annette open the drawers and she'll show you, then you would be sued under Moore versus City of East Cleveland because you so narrowly restrict a family. I think if you work with our community, we will help you regulate Airbnbs. We will help you preserve the ability of families that expect to have a caregiver, expect their son or daughter to move back in and have a boyfriend or girlfriend living with them prior to getting married. And those are now legal, and an RO1 will take it away. We only ask for time to have the kinds of panels you had to get elected, which I watched every one. We've had none of that. If we have a discussion, we will arrive at common ground on all of the points. If you adopt the petition, I'll later describe the legal defects and how it was adopted and why it will be found illegal later. Thank you.
Thank you. Soren Anderson.
My name is Soren Anderson. I live at 322 Oxford Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My family growing up, we didn't have a lot of money. My dad lost his job when I was young, and we struggled financially for many years after that. But my parents strongly valued my education. They couldn't afford to buy a home anywhere. But through luck and persistence, they were able to find affordable rental situations in one of the best school districts in Minnesota that allowed me and my sisters to get, an amazing education. And I'm literally not sure if I would be here today. I'm a tenured professor at MSU without those opportunities to be able to go to those schools. We moved to Minneapolis in the early 1980s, and we stayed in a friend's summer cottage on one of 10,000 lakes. Then for 3 years, we rented a home whose owner was working out of the country in Japan. Then for 5 years, we rented a home down the street that had sat vacant for a decade. Then for 5 years, we rented a home in an adjacent neighborhood whose owner had to move out of state due to illness. These were win-win-win situations. We had a place to live, and we got to attend great schools. That was extra income and flexibility for the owners of those houses to manage their changing life circumstances. And that was a home in the neighborhood that was occupied and well cared for by a family who invested lots of time in what little money they had in maintaining and improving those properties. Yet these types of arrangements would all not be allowed under what is being proposed for the current rental restriction. I cannot in good conscience support a policy, and I didn't sign for this reason, that would deny those opportunities to families like mine that want to live here to take advantage of our great schools and our family-friendly neighborhoods. And I wouldn't want to deny that opportunity to property owners like me today, who, like my colleagues have described, may face changing life circumstances, such as aging parents or a job out of state or a family member or a friend that needs a place to live. I don't support student rental group housing next door to me. That would be tough. I don't support Airbnbs in the neighborhood. I think that would detract from the family stability and character of the neighborhood. But I've spoken to many of my neighbors, including some who I see here tonight, who I presume are going to be speaking in support of the ordinance, who do support families like mine. They told me to my face, that type of situation, a family renting in this neighborhood, is something they do not oppose and they would actually support. It all really came down to this concern about short-term Airbnb rentals that would change the character of the neighborhood. So I am urging the council to reject the proposed overlay and to craft a policy that would address the concern about Airbnbs and maintain the character of our neighborhood, continuing to enforce existing rental code that restricts group housing, prevents noise and other nuisances that detract from the neighborhood, but which preserves the ability of families like mine to be able to move into the neighborhood, take advantage of the great opportunities here, and preserves the ability of someone like me today to continue to use my home in a way that makes sense for me and I think actually makes sense for the neighborhood. I have a recent colleague that moved to the area at Michigan State, wanted to live in our neighborhood, or in the city of East Lansing, I should say. But because of existing rental restrictions, there's very few rentals in this neighborhood. These great families that would be awesome neighbors are moving to other cities nearby. And so we're missing out on a lot of great neighbors. And from my discussions with friends, again, some of the ones that will speak here tonight, I do think that there is a compromise policy that better aligns with the shared values of the community. And so I would urge the council to consider those types of policies that really get the benefits that I experienced as a kid and I want to experience today.
30 seconds remaining.
But preserve the character of our neighborhood, and I think that's very possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Douglas Olson. Douglas Olson.
Hi, I'm Doug Olson. I live at 1065 Sunset Lane. I didn't grow up in East Lansing, but I do intend to stay here. I'm here to talk about the overlay in the Glencairn neighborhood. I'll be brief. There are some of the examples of guests or tenants or renters or whatever that I have heard that may create barriers for the people in the home are live-in caregivers, roommates, which is a great option for a lot of people. The University of Michigan has a program where they pair seniors with students when the senior needs a little help. That would not be possible, as I understand it, under the proposed overlay. If I had a stroke or I died, my wife might want to take in a roommate, which would help extend her ability to stay in the home, which is the current thrust of healthcare at the moment. Nieces, nephews, or cousins, an unpaid house sitter, or pet care for somebody who wanted to travel, a friend needing temporary housing, which I know has come up for my family several times in the last year or so, an unmarried partner of a child, or any long-term guest, a visiting scholar or something like that. The thing is, even if you believe that you're never going to have those situations coming up for you, is your concern enough that you would want to deny your neighbors the ability to have those kinds of people in their house? And I think some of the problematic situations identified may not be addressed by the overlay. I've heard several different opinions now on whether Airbnbs are actually addressed under this statute. And if they're not, it seems a lot of brouhaha over nothing, because I believe that's a lot of what kicked off the whole thing. And in fact, the overlay may actually harm home values. Many people may not want to buy in districts with their options so restricted, especially true of older people, that is, those with the money to buy houses, who may want to travel extensively and have house sitters, anticipate needing in-home care, or have children with unmarried partners, nieces, nephews, and friends needing the occasional helping hand. It's also true of people of less means, some of whom may want to try shared housing for extra income or a remedy for loneliness. You know, I think you're going to hear from much more eloquent people from me than me. The bottom line is that the degree of restrictiveness in the current R01 overlay as it's written is probably not needed to accomplish the goal of preventing party houses, okay, in the neighborhood. I think there are other options that could be explored before this goes through so quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Pennock?
Hello, my name is Kristen Pennock. I live at 227 Clarendon Road in East Lansing. I've been here for about 22 years in East Lansing. And I am speaking regarding the proposed R01 overlay in Glen Cairn, which would include my house. And I have issues with the overlay in its current form. And I believe that it's insufficiently inclusive in the properties which are shown within the proposed boundary. It does not include the north side of Clarendon. It does not include the south side of Oxford or any of Sabrin. So if you look at the proposed boundary that's on the current city map, there's a peninsula which includes Clarendon and Oxford, which is completely surrounded by area which is sort of unregulated. So in my mind, that boundary is gerrymandered and does not serve any advantage to that section of Clarendon, given that only that small portion is covered and none of the houses around it. The neighbors in the area which surround that area were not made aware that this proposed overlay was going to be, they were not made aware of it, and some that I have spoken with would have wanted to have been included in it on the north side of Clarendon Road. So I would like to see more notification of neighbors and take a better look at where the boundary is going to be for that proposed overlay. The other issue I have, which is similar to those who've spoken before me, is that the R01 in its current format may not be the best option. I would like to see perhaps an R2 or R3 considered, or to have the R01 have more exceptions to it made that better address some of the issues for people such as home health care, visiting scholars, exchange students, extended relatives. That I feel that the R01 is not serving the advantage that one may hope for coming out of the petition. I'm not against an overlay. I just feel like we need more time and to have it better considered before it takes place, and I'm asking for a delay on any consideration of the overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan, thank you for helping with the name, but I'm still going to screw it up. Susan, is it Frachel or Frackle? Frachel. Huh? 1 out of 3 ain't bad, I guess.
I won't say how my dad said to pronounce it. I'm Susan Frachel, 1065 Sunset Lane. Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you for a great neighborhood, a great city, and it's a place we intend to stay. We really apologize that we did not attend the previous meeting at the library where they talked about this issue. We were out of town, and we were really surprised when we returned and received this request to sign the petition. We have no intention of starting an Airbnb or a rental. But we have heard varying accounts, different accounts of what is allowed. So the R01 petitioner, the handout, included a definition of family, and I can read it. Family means one person, 2 unrelated people, and where there are more than 2 persons residing in a dwelling unit, persons classified constituting a family shall be limited to a husband, wife, son, daughter, father, mother, brother, sister, grandfather, grandmother, grandson, granddaughter, aunt, uncle, stepchildren, legally adopted children, or any combination of the above people living together in a single dwelling unit. Okay, so this does not say nephews, nieces, cousins, best friends, people whom I would like to invite maybe to stay with me for summer or whatever. Just today, I learned from one of the supporters of the R01 that indeed nephews and nieces are included, but that is not what the petition letter said. So we would have never purchased our home had we known that inviting a best friend to stay for the summer might be a problem and would require a license that costs $1,500 with intrusive inspections. One of the R01 supporters told me that East Lansing would never deny me a visit with a cousin or best friend. But does East Lansing enforcement rely on neighbor complaints? I've already sent a letter to the council explaining about my son's visit in April 2013. On April 17th, 3 officers came, and they said they had received a report that suspicious packages were on our property and possibly a bomb. My son and his girlfriend were cleaning out their vehicle after a camping trip. A cleanup that lasted no more than 2 hours, and they had the stuff spread out near the driveway. The police were very understanding, and one laughed and said, "Another Glencairn busybody." But my son, to this day, feels uncomfortable whenever he visits East Lansing. So can my son and his partner visit us for more than 30 days? I would like that clarified. Again, partners and relatives are not included in your definition of family. I fear that this overlay targets seniors in many ways. We are retired. We have seen our parents go through caregiving, and everybody in this room is going to go through it. Michigan and the federal government encourage and support aging in place. So we must ask, if one of us had a stroke or cancer or whatever, and we want to stay in our home, can we have a live-in companion or caregiver? An R01 supporter assured me that the city would never come after us for caregiving. But I would appreciate it hearing that from the city myself and seeing it in writing. We are fortunate to have long-term insurance, but most people do not. For those who must enter nursing homes, their homes are one of the few assets they can keep if they require support from Medicaid. Medicare does not cover nursing home stays. Medicaid has regulations allowing such owners to rent their homes and help pay medical bills to maintain their home. So now that's a benefit not available to the seniors in East Lansing. I have heard people on both sides of this issue suggest, and I've heard that some of the council members have said this, that seniors need to leave their large homes so they can be opened up to young families. So, I I just want to say, should we have to enter care for some reason, we will not sell our home. You can scold us, you can shame us, you can regulate us, but that home will sit there empty, bringing hope that we might someday return home.
30 seconds remaining.
That has been the case with so many homes in our neighborhood. Okay, it is frustrating to hear so many different answers from various supporters, all of whom we respect immensely, but I worry about uneven enforcement for those who have maybe a chronic busybody on their block. I don't want to break the laws, but we want a good definition of family, and we want a readable, clear list of what's allowed and what's not. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Farhan Sheikh Omar.
Good evening, Farhan Sheikh Umar. Folks, what we need to understand is city council is what I call a projection. What they accuse others of thinking or doing is often what they themselves are thinking or doing. And so, you know, I've been following East Lansing politics for a while now, and the hypocrisy that comes from this room is astounding. Just 3 years ago, this city was facing a lot of crisis. This is a city where black people only make up about 5 to 7%, and yet when you looked at the police traffic stops, black people were making up about 50%. This is a city that has had 2 back-to-back cases of excessive force. One is Anthony Logan's Jr., and the other one was Tito Casito, a good friend of mine. We have made many changes in this city. We have protested, and I was very proud of the city of East Lansing. However, we have many people in this city who ran for city council just to set us back, take us back 3 years ago. And that cannot happen. We have men in this room who are literally afraid of the word reform, which is crazy to me because the computers that they have in front of them need software updates. The cell phones that they have need software updates. Why is it so hard for us to reform the way East Lansing is and be a place that welcomes everyone? This is a city where my family and I used to get harassed when we would go to the East Lansing Mosque, and we would have cops literally park next to the church, next to the mosque, and they would just pull us. Oh, you guys made the wrong turn. You guys look lost. Where are you guys going? And it always happened in the month of Ramadan, the 30 days where we fast as Muslims, and we will go to late prayers, and I just personally, I started hating coming here. I don't come to East Lansing. I don't come to the bars here. I tell my brothers not to come here, and I tell my friends not to come here because I believe this is a city that doesn't welcome us, that doesn't want us here. And it's very clear to me that the people that make the decisions for the city also feel the same way. And so I fear for my life. I fear for my friends' lives, the Muslim people that come here to pray, and I'm very sad to see that we're going back in time. Mr. Mark Meadows, you were here when the Casito case took place. You were here when Anthony Logan's case took place. You, sir, were the biggest opposition to everything that we wanted to do in this city. Everything that we wanted to accomplish in the city, you were the biggest opposition that we had to face. In fact, it got to a point where you hated the reform that we wanted to make in the city that you quit. You walked away from your job, a job that people voted you in, a job that ironically you ran for again and won. I won't call you a racist. I won't call anybody in this room a racist because that's not my job. I don't like to label people. However, what I pay attention to is your actions. And for many years, sir, your actions has shown me and the African American community that you don't value us, or that what we bring to the city or the potential that the city has is not something that is very meaningful to you. And so I just hope and pray that you personally lead and champion reforms in this city, that you don't take us back. We have a police oversight commission in this
30
city.
seconds remaining.
Something that we all worked hard for. We have the HRC in this city. We have many people in this city that want to see the city move forward. Let's set aside the petty games. Let's set aside the propaganda, the fear-mongering. It shouldn't take $60,000 to win a local seat in this city. That's not the people donating to campaigns. That is special interest, outside money. And it's very shameful that that's what's going on in this city. Let's just do better. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Mike French?
Hello, thank you for an opportunity to speak. My name is Mike French. My wife Melissa and I just moved to the Glen Karen neighborhood. We live at 321 Clarendon. Just moved in February, so I think we represent, if not the youngest, not youngest in age, but newest members of this proposed overlay district, then among the newest members. And we feel like we're being quite rushed to make a decision that could in fact impact the value of our real estate, most importantly, as it would relate to adopting the R1 overlay or opposing it. We just ask that some more time be given. It seems to us, and this, what a great neighborhood we've moved to, but that everybody there has lived there for a decade or more. We seem to have moved into a very stable area, which is very nice. And everybody seems to be so up to speed on the goings-on of the existing zoning and what the overlay impacts are and what a Class 1 rental license is and Class 2 and on and on. There's a lot for the new homeowners of this district or proposed district to wrap their heads around, and we just ask that a little more time be given. Some comments have been made about maybe a 90-day delay so that it can be clearly understood, specifically for me and my wife and our new, having moved here in our new knowledge that we'll have to get up to speed on. It seems like even the residents that have lived here a long time don't quite understand it either. You know, I look at the proposed boundary that's been drawn, and we live on the south side of Clarendon, west of Sunset. It does not include my neighbors directly across the street, and that makes no sense to me at all. Why on earth would this be arbitrarily drawn, bisecting a neighborhood? When you read the zoning ordinance, when you read through the master plan, when you look at what the city has planned for the future, it keeps using the word neighborhood. Glen Karen is a neighborhood, and it is completely chewed up with the existing R1 that's been passed that goes right up the heart of it. Totally arbitrary, it seems to me. It's the same kind of houses on one side of the street as it is on another. It's all zoned the same. In the future land use map and land use plan, it's all identified as the same zoning. So it just seems very odd to me that our side of the street and not our neighbors directly across the street on the interior of a subdivision, an interior street. I mean, it might be expected if there was a major artery and we're talking about houses across a major artery, but this is just the interior street of a neighborhood. So we're just concerned. I think that, you know, we're opposed to any further restriction of the use of our real estate just on its face, but we're willing to hear what the city needs to have happen. You know, we're willing to entertain that. If it's clearly explained, plenty of time is given to folks to wrap their head around it. So that's the comment. The other thing that has come to my mind is, and I don't know how many people in this room have shared this experience, but my wife and I have a very close friend that went through some substance abuse issues. That gentleman needed a place to stay for longer than 30 days when he got out of rehab. And he came and stayed with us, and we were happy to do it. He's like family to us. And it makes me physically ill to think that this great place that we've decided to move to would have had a PACE officer parked outside our house haunting us, trying to find out who this lodger is that's living with us, only for us to have to explain, that situation. I wouldn't have chosen to move to a community, honestly, where that would have been unavailable to me, for me to have an opportunity to have a close friend stay when they needed to stay with me. So that's the comment I wanted to make. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eleanor Holbrook.
I'm Eleanor Holbrook, and I'm going to defer to Diane Rivette, my neighbor, on the same
Okay.
subject, deer management.
Thank you. And Diane Rivette was the next one in line, so.
Hi, I'm Diane Rivette, and I live at 919 Wick Court. And I spoke about my experience with the deer and deer management at the council meeting earlier this year. So I really want to just report that I think this year, the good news is I have seen fewer deer in my yard, and the frequency is less as compared with 2022. This year in the spring, summer, and fall, I would see 2 or 3 deer at a time, once or twice a week in the daytime. There might be more at night. As compared with last year when I saw 3 to 5 deer at a time, 3 or 4 times a week. So I think the number and the frequency have decreased. There's still a lot of damage to plantings and greenery in my yard. So that still continues. But I would like to share one incident that occurred about a month ago. There is a large Chihuahua who lives at my house, is not a tenant. He ran out to chase a visiting doe and fawn, and the doe stood her ground because her fawn was there, and the Chihuahua ended up tangled up in her legs. And all of a sudden I heard a yelp, and I was quite worried that he was going to get kicked or injured. And luckily the fawn turned and walked away, and the doe followed the fawn. But this is the kind of thing that most people might not realize when we're talking about deer in our neighborhoods, that we're talking about our 12-pound dogs encountering a 150-pound doe. And that's not a real great situation. So I just wanted to add that. So it was rather amusing to watch, except I was worried he was going to be injured. When he ran back, he didn't seem to have had any injuries. So just wanted to report that, and hope that you'll consider that when you make your decisions about deer management. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline Stewart.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Stewart. I live at 852. Diane and I are neighbors, Lantern Hill. I emailed a couple of links to the council related to the size of our deer population. My goal with those links and with my comment tonight is to get beyond framing this issue as pro-deer or anti-deer. The information in the links is about working towards a healthy ecosystem. So let me summarize. In order to preserve a healthy ecosystem of forest plants and also to preserve the habitats of other animals, Researchers will tell you that 3 to 10 deer per square kilometre is optimal. That works out to be 8 to 26 per square mile. Math teacher speaking. So more than that, and the other parts of the ecosystem suffer, and eventually so do the deer. Now we can measure the loss or harm to other parts of the ecosystem by counting tree saplings, squirrels, rabbits, voles, frogs, tick infections. We can measure the suffering in the deer population by measuring weight, size, fertility, antler size, and so on. Right now, my neighbors and I, on our side of the road, have at least 2 does and 4 teenagers, they were born last spring, living permanently in our backyards after last year's cull. There were a great many more the year before, so I'm grateful that the cull reduced the population to this amount. Others come and go, but these 6 are currently permanent residents on Lantern Hill. Now, the bucks appeared this fall, so I expect the total to be increased to 10 permanent resident deer next fall. This is in a backyard area of maybe 4 acres, the whole neighborhood on our side of the road. A square mile is 640 acres, and 10 deer per 4 acres, which is what we have, would be 1,600 deer per square mile, which is 100 times what the researchers will tell you is the recommendation for a healthy ecosystem. I know the deer are beautiful, but so are the other animals, and that they displace and sicken, and so are the plants. And while we may exclaim over the beauty of the deer, we should also not ignore that we're essentially keeping these animals in a zoo that's much too small for them. This behavior would be inexcusable in zookeepers and should not be excused in home dwellers just because we are sentimentally attached to seeing deer. The deer and the rest of the ecosystem deserve our respect. The issue is not our sentimental attachment to the deer, it's what we need to do to preserve a healthy ecosystem for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Richardson?
Good evening. Several years ago, actually as recently as last year, I was a pretty vocal opponent of the deer cull. You see, I'm a hunter. I've been quite literally around the world, from New Zealand and Africa to above the Arctic Circle to hunt. I've seen the destruction that high-powered firearms can do, and I was quite concerned about their use in parks adjacent to our neighborhoods, especially where the homes share a boundary with the park. But over the past year, I've changed my perspective on the cull as presently conducted. The population of white-tailed deer has grown substantially. There are reports indicating that there are more white-tailed deer now than when our country was first founded. Natural predators of the deer are far fewer now, and we, the people, feed them very well. Unfortunately, sportsmen cannot keep up with the deer population, partly because many are trophy hunters. The sad result of this overpopulation includes neighbors who complain about deer damage in their yards and the almost inevitable deer car crashes. Indeed, I think one cannot truly claim to be a Michigander unless one has had a close encounter with a deer while driving. The cull that the city has conducted through cooperation with USDA and MDNR has significantly reduced these adverse events. I'm sure that the police department and perhaps Ms. DeChambeau may be able to provide more specific data, but anecdotally, I can say that I've seen far fewer deer in my neighborhood and adjacent parks than were present 2 to 3 years ago. Ms. DeChambeau's department is sensitive to the issues presented by certain parks that are in close proximity to schools and houses, and those parks are not subject to the cull. I'm often on the trails early in the morning, and closures are clearly posted at public access sites. If there are concerns or questions, which I have had, her department has responded immediately. The cull seems to be working, and when used in conjunction with other programs that have been and could continue to be promoted by the city, such as gardening with deer-resistant plants, adherence to the posted speed limits, and enforcement of distracted driving laws, the cull should improve our coexistence with these creatures. I'm very concerned that the council may consider allowing private individuals to hunt our parks. I would urge you to reject such a plan, even if it's limited to archery. The cull is not intended to provide recreational opportunities for residents. Its intent is to remove a lot of deer from particular areas in the city where the deer population has presented a particular problem. The cull is conducted at night over a few calendar days when it is unlikely that city residents will be using the parks and trails. A hunter, regardless of whether she hunts or with a bow or a gun, cannot and will not achieve the same results in the same amount of time, and she or he would most likely be hunting within DNR's other parameters, including hours that put hunters in the field from 30 minutes before dawn to 30 minutes after dusk. Our parks are well used by city residents even throughout the winter. Allowing hunters in our parks is high risk unless the parks are closed, and it is unfair to the great majority of residents to close the parks for weeks or months so that hunters can remove a few deer to fill their freezers. Even if the hunters pass a skill test, there's still a risk to individuals in the area, as even skilled and experienced hunters can make a mistake. In short, I support the proposed deer cull as presently configured. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience that wishes to speak? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeffrey Hank, Division Street, and congratulations to you and everyone else who just made it to City Council. I came here tonight to speak about the overlays and the rental licenses, but I think I'm going to touch on a couple other subjects based on what everyone said. There's a lot of tension in the community. You can hear it tonight. Issues that probably aren't going away anytime soon. I think the five of you are a great mix of people. I'm glad to have Mr. Meadows back. We could make jokes about I didn't support him in the past, I support him this time. I'm glad Eric's back. I hope the two of them are going to think through the lessons from their prior term, things done right, things done wrong, and do well again. I would say to Ms. Watson, don't let anything get you down, because you're appreciated by a lot of people in this community. Mr. Brookover, I thought it was a great story how you became mayor. I think you're going to do a great job. And Ms. Singh, I'm really glad to have you here. I think you bring a lot of experience. And I read one of your campaign issues, I think, was finding grant money and other things for the city. You know, we don't have people to do that. I think the city's got to work on not giving away taxpayer money, but trying to generate revenue, trying to find pots of money and be creative in ways to do that. We talked a lot about affordable housing last time with the 530 Albert project, and that was a boondoggle. These two guys campaigned on transparency, and I saw Patrick Rose's email about transparency in rental housing. We need more transparency. There should be a report every month about the enforcement. I think we should have transparency. There was no transparency with 530 Albert. There wasn't even a financial analysis put out to the public until the day of the meeting. So the five of you now have an opportunity to really try to fix things, and you're going to get beat up. We know that. But I think people need to give you all the chance, despite the past. Just like Mr. Bellman. People were beating up on him when he came in. It's not fair. You have an opportunity. We've got Landon Bartley here from Grand Rapids now. You got new people here ready to do some things. Affordable housing. We were about to give away a bunch of taxpayer revenue, and we're going to use state and federal subsidies to subsidize affordable housing. Yet these overlay districts and the McKinney housing report the city had specifically said that our zoning and rental laws not only are not understood, but prevent affordable housing. So where I live in the Bailey neighborhood, I'm surrounded entirely by rentals. And I've got one other house besides mine that isn't a rental, and I've been told by these high-priced lawyers that we're either grandfathered in or the city's ordinances are unconstitutional. You have no duty to comply with an unconstitutional ordinance. That's not a place you want to be. I could rent a bedroom out in the Bailey neighborhood for like $500, cheaper than anybody you'd subsidize with taxpayer revenue. If you gave rental licenses to people in a reasonable manner, you generate revenue for the city. You don't need to give away taxpayer subsidies. So I think what needs to happen here is a lot of communication from all of you to the community as much as possible. I think you should hold forums where there's give and take between some of you or all of you with community members to talk about overlay districts, to talk about reform. The young gentleman talked about reform earlier. We definitely need some reform. We need reform of the rental laws. We need reform of the Historic District Commission. We need to reform the way we do taxpayer subsidized projects. I think we need reform of DEI. We've talked a lot about DEI. I heard people bringing it up here tonight. I've been waiting 5 years for social equity marijuana licensing to happen in this community. There's been none, and it's free. You don't need to spend anything on it. In fact, you would get money. I think it's what, $50,000 a year now city gets for every marijuana license they have in the community. We've done zero social equity marijuana license in this community. So I'd like some transparency in the DEI process. Why hasn't that happened? 3 of the licenses given out, including the eBay land sale one, had, well, I should say 2 of them had people who were at least of interest, according to the media. I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, allegedly, of interest in the recent statewide bribery convictions that happened in federal court. 2 of your 5 licensees. The third, another CEO company just got arrested in Florida for allegedly beating his wife. There are no East Lansing residents with marijuana licenses. Something I think you should take a look at. But I did come to speak about the rental housing, and this has been a problem for a lot of years. My neighborhood, Bailey, there's a lot of people who are against student housing, and there's reasons for that. But I think that, as Patrick Rose has pointed out, there's some problems with the city's definition of family. There's an opportunity to create some affordable housing at no cost for the city, potentially even generate revenue for the city. These overlays can be unduly burdensome and restrictive, and I think they are unconstitutional in many ways. So this is a big topic of discussion, not something you should rush on in any way, but I think it's something that deserves a really thorough conversation and to listen to people and take some of these best
30 seconds
ideas,
remaining.
balance the concerns of residents who don't want troublesome student rentals in the neighborhood. That's understandable, but also don't deprive families in East Lansing of using their homes in reasonable ways, including ways to generate a little bit of income, which in turn makes housing for those of us who already live here a little bit more affordable. So there's a lot of goals that can be accomplished, and I think the 5 of you, with the city manager and everyone else, can make some real progress on this. And I'm optimistic, and I encourage you to engage in that process with the community. Thank you.
Thanks for your input.
Hi, I'm Carol Hetherington. I've lived in Glencairn for over 30 years. I lived on Tourine, then I lived on Rosewood, and then I downsized to Sunset, live at 826 Sunset Lane. I guess I just didn't plan on speaking, but I'm concerned. You know, there are overlays in many areas in East Lansing. The whole west side, you know, of Glencairn, where I used to live, is an overlay. A good portion of the east side is already an overlay. I'm curious if there have been problems with that in those areas, and I haven't heard of any. You know, having lived so many years in Glencairn, I know everyone. I walk my dog 3 times a day. You know, everybody knows me because it's a giant dog, and, you know, I've not heard any complaints about overlays in those areas. And Shaw Estates has overlays. I know I can't say for sure what areas, but I know there are overlays in White Hills. And, you know, when we found out that people wanted to do Airbnbs, and, you know, we were adding rental licenses to our neighborhood, our streets, and we were concerned. So somebody went appropriately to the city, found out the process, went through step by step and what was needed to be done, and, you know, put letters in people's boxes ahead of time so they could read about it, and then asked if they wanted to sign with the appropriate amount of time. No one was pressured. However, the people that are opposed to the overlay did not necessarily go through that whole process. So it's just something I want you to consider. You know, if there have been issues with overlays in the past, you know, I guess I would understand all this opposition. I had a Chinese exchange student, you know, it was many, many years ago. No one questioned it. No one ever came to my house and fined me. No one ever, you know, she was there from September till April, you know. I never had issues in all these years in Glencairn with anybody harassing me about, you know, someone at my house or anything like that. I am concerned, you know, for people that have lived here for so many years, and we have a lot of new families, and we have a lot of seniors, and we all look out for each other. You know, we're a very close neighborhood. My husband recently passed away. can't tell you the number of cards from neighbors and people at the memorial and people that, came to my house and, these kinds of things. It is a very tight neighborhood. And when you have renters in the houses, it's not like that. I'm sorry, but landlords and renters don't have that same kind of investment in their homes and in their neighbors. We feel it's a very safe place to be. People pay premium because it's a walkable neighborhood, and that's very important to people. Our kids can walk to school, they can walk, you can walk to the library, you can walk to the post office, you can do all that. It's really an important thing to people, and that people want to feel safe, and they don't want additional traffic, and they don't want people that they don't know, or short-term rental, or Airbnb, or, living next door to them. And I feel, that the people on the west side of Glencairn have had that advantage. And I know a lot of people in Glencairn who were shocked to find out that they didn't have this kind of protection. People on Rosewood, because, I lived on Rosewood for 18 years or whatever, and so I know those people. And they didn't have protection. And it's not just the sunset end of Glencairn that we're, surprised and wanted protection. It is a huge section, and I believe that the overlay was set up because in coordination with the city in terms of where the boundaries were. It's not some arbitrary thing. They had to have a certain number of houses in order to have an overlay, and so that's why maybe some houses were excluded. So I didn't mean to ramble, but I didn't plan on speaking, but it's frustrating for me to hear so many people who haven't lived in the neighborhood for such a long time maybe don't realize what we value and why it's so important to us not to have rentals. And that's it.
Thank you for your time. Is there anybody else in the room that feels the need to speak tonight before we get to the queue from the computer? Identify yourself, please.
My name's Nathan Thayer, and
Okay.
my teacher just wanted me to point out that Jim Levend was pointed out 2 times in the consent agenda, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Cheryl Connell Marsh. I am the owner of Nottingham Equestrian Center in East Lansing. I am also the founder of Nottingham Nature Nook. For those of you who are on the council, you have seen me numerous times talking about the deer calls. I want to thank, first of all, Dana Watson for her motion last year in removing Nottingham Nature Nook's immediate parks, both the aquatic center and the softball complex, from the deer calls. I really didn't want to speak tonight. I just wanted to come and listen and hear what was happening. But sometimes things are more than I can handle, and so I have to say what I believe. I've known deer. I've been in this area. I've watched the deer even before I opened up Nottingham Nature Nook. I believe that the deer calls are probably performing well in areas where there are a lot of population, but I think that it was a wise move to remove the aquatic center and the softball complex from where we are. I think that what you need to do is you need to look at the deer problem and not just call them a pest in the neighborhood, but try to look at how you can effectively manage the deer population. Scientific studies have repeatedly shown that deer culls in one area attract deer from other areas. It's called a vacuum effect, and the deer come and fill up the void because there's more food and there's less deer. I understand that there are more deer in certain areas, but because of where I am and because of the deer that I can watch, I watched 10 does, very large does that should have been able to have fawns last year, and out of those 10 does, only 3 of them had fawns. I believe that the herd in my area self-regulate, and they know what is enough and what is too much. So to come in and say that a deer cull is going to be effective is not looking at it in terms of the scientific. I ask that you look at it realistically. in all the areas that it will encompass and not just listen to some people who complain about their shrubs and about their dogs being stomped on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Just a very brief comment. My name is Nancy Lemon. I live at 901 Sunset Lane, and didn't plan on speaking, but I just wanted to share my experience talking with my neighbors about the RO1. I appreciate the step-by-step approach according to all the rules and regulation by the city to listen to neighbors, to understand where they are on the overlay. And I think it would be wise for the council to look at the process, move according to the process, and move forward. Because overwhelmingly, the conversations that I had with my neighbors were very interested in maintaining a neighborhood where you've got owner residency and where we don't see the influx of Airbnbs or short-term rentals. So just to balance things in terms of someone who's talked with a lot of neighbors and has heard, and I think you're going to see majority voice, more than majority voice, saying this overlay would be very important to us, maintaining the safety, the integrity of our neighborhood, and moving forward together with the RO1. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else here in the audience before we go to the queue of people that are watching at a distance? Anybody else?
I think I would like to speak. I'm Eleanor Holbrook, and thank you very much, Council, for considering these issues. And hearing people talk about housing in East Lansing and what you can and can't do with it. I am a real estate broker of long practice, more than 40 years in practice, and dealt with many, many people who came into this community, did not know this community at all, and planned to settle here. And they would say to me over and over, do I need to live next to students? They say, do I have to live next to students? Do I need to live next to students? And this was very, very common. I do think you do need to talk to some realtors. You need to talk to some experienced people who can tell you what buyers are looking for rather than just speculating about the value of the house, whether or not it can become a rental or not. The overlays were put into place, as I remember it, because I've been here many years, because there were students living right next door to young families where there might be babies in the family and people getting up during the night and being awakened by students and partying. Myself, my family, we lived in a neighborhood, Lantern Hill Drive, 812 Lantern Hill Drive, where I live, where there were 3 rentals in our area, and they were rented to students, and they were party houses. So you're going to have to find the way to accommodate people who need to have someone living with them or to have a temporary caregiver situation or something, and actually deeply examine what people want in the neighborhoods and how the values of the houses are affected by having cohesive neighborhoods where neighbors love each other, know each other, and stay there for many years. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I would ask if we have folks in the queue.
We do have callers in the queue.
Can you please see if you can contact them?
Caller with a number ending in 954, you're welcome to address council.
Good evening, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Nicole Kiway Biber. I live in the Pinecrest neighborhood. I guess just a few things I'd like to mention. I didn't make it to the previous meeting, and I had another one, so I couldn't listen online. But when I read the, summary, really, honestly, like my jaw dropped when I saw that Dana Watson was not chosen not only not as mayor, but not as mayor pro tem. I think it's a really unfortunate decision, particularly for the 3 newly elected council members to be the ones who voted against that appointment. It's a really bad look for, the ones who are newly elected, who were talking about, oh, we need to make sure we have experience leading the way. He's a very experienced person, not only just from city governance, but, with her work with the Health and Human Services, lots of different spaces I've seen her in that really draws oftentimes people who feel like maybe they don't have as much of a voice. She's there and aware. So I think that was a real missed opportunity to kind of give reassurance that there's a continuity between the different, elected officials. So yeah, I was really dismayed to see that, and really surprised. It seemed like a real obvious choice to me. So moving on from that, I'm always interested to hear comments on the deer call. Certainly what comes to mind to me is, there's repercussions when you get rid of all the predators. There's things that get thrown out of balance when the primary factor is what's convenient to humans, particularly ridiculous when we consider just about the past 50 to 100 years is when most of the, destruction of green spaces have occurred in this area. And, certainly the paving and the selling of, quote, vacant land hurries on apace. And, it's all pretty shocking to me because, the facts are that we have a biodiversity crisis right now. So here we have the loss of keystone species, wolves, coyotes, who try to take their place. And so then, no big shock that there's too many deer and that they're not doing well and that they're eating too many of the maple saplings, et cetera. But, I'd made some comments last year at the time of the leaf gathering. And, it just happened again, just see the large leaves. And sure, maybe that's just a harbinger of fall to people. But you know what? Those leaves have been falling for millennia, and there's a reason for it. They create soil, but really it's sort of like, to me, it's sort of like a caterpillar and a bird call, the way we just sort of mindlessly and unquestionably scrape all these leaves up and then just have them hauled away, because that's where caterpillars go, and that's a necessity for them to overwinter, and birds mostly eat those caterpillars. So, I think we really need to get kind of realistic and practical about our place in the whole scheme of things. And it's not just about us. It's not just about here's the aesthetics I'm used to. Here's what seems convenient to me. It's a matter of what we're dependent on is a functional ecosystem. So, if it can be set yourself free a bit, people. You don't have to sweat it so much with the leaves. You don't have to put poisons on your lawn. All these things that can be a small change, but I know with each of you who were newly elected, and I know Dana's already an ally with these issues, you all mentioned to me, increase the pollinator habitat. So do it. It's right away. That's the purview of the city, right? So maybe it could be consider how the leaves, if people don't want them in their yard for whatever reason, maybe they could be on those right-of-ways and start sort of a connectivity. Because, we lost our predators, but maybe we can bring some of those smallest ones back and kind of go in a better direction than we have been, because, we're going to miss them when we're gone, when they're gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Biber. Anybody else in the queue?
We have one other caller.
Please.
Caller with the last name Lynn, you're welcome to address council.
No, thank you. Just watching.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the queue?
There are no other callers in the
All
queue.
right, we're going to move ahead. I'm going to seek the advice of council and the city manager. It would be my intent to keep going through and taking a break just before the business agenda. But if anybody wants a break now, that's great. Does anybody need a break, want a break, or should we motor through?
Keep going.
Dana? Okay. All right, communications from mayor and council members. Dr. Altman.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to float a couple of possible changes to the zoning code concerning rooftops, anticipating that we may see a project from 530 Albert at some point in the future, which is not to endorse the project, it just seems to be that the developer there is having another run at it. One of the issues that came up in the campaign was the possibility of requiring green roofs on projects downtown. That was Josh Ramirez-Roberts, one of the issues that he put on the table. And I think that's an important one to consider. We missed some opportunities with the projects we approved previously, about 6 years ago, to require that kind of thing. And the reason I wanted to address that now is because if people are interested in moving in that direction, then it may be a good idea to have something ready sooner rather than later in terms of a discussion or possibly an ordinance, given that there are projects potentially in the pipeline. So I wanted to float that. And a second issue that came up, related issue, is concerns screening of mechanical equipment on rooftops. This is something else that fell through the cracks. If you drive up Michigan Avenue from Lansing to East Lansing, as you approach the gateway, you see two large buildings that I think look quite nice, and then you see a bunch of silver junk on top, which is kind of an eyesore. If you remember, you might have a look at that next time you drive to East Lansing from Lansing, up Michigan. I think it would be useful to consider the possibility of requiring screening of rooftop mechanical equipment in large buildings in the downtown to sort of head off future situations where unsightly mechanical equipment sort of destroys the view a little bit. So I wanted to float those issues now. They could also be part of the conversation later when we do strategic planning. But at the same time, if there's interest in these things and moving ahead with these things, and maybe we want to start the ball rolling sooner rather than later. So that's why I wanted to raise them now.
Well, could I simply suggest that you send a short email or memo to the council and the city manager, sort of outlining your thoughts, and then maybe the city manager can route that to the specific agencies to take a quick look at that to see what we might need or not need. And while we're talking about that, I do want to say to the other council members, Dr. Altman and I have had a discussion about possibly using, not the next meeting, but what I want to call the second meeting in December as a discussion with regard to very generically, I'm going to put this label on it, additional, what's your word? I'm sorry. Environmental type things we can
Infrastructure,
do.
yeah.
Infrastructure, thank you, in the context of potential ARPA. And so I think, Mr. Bellman, I think what we're talking about, and I realize this isn't really my time to say this, but I want to get things moving here, is, you know, we don't need to have a whole ARPA discussion on that meeting. I think we need to have one pretty quickly, but if you could get something going on that would make sense so that we can have some sort of a focused discussion on that meeting if everybody thinks that's a reasonable idea. Anything else, Dr. Ullman?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Meadows.
Not much of a report, but in terms of ARPA, I do wish that we could have a presentation on what we have used the money for and what money we have left to use.
And I think Mr. Bellman has heard that from several of us, and I am hoping that he's going to get that in shape. I would guess that maybe the best time to do that would be early in January, if that's possible logistically. So,
okay.
Ms. Watson.
First, I want to say I've been serving on the board for Capital Area Housing Partnership, and I'm also a recipient. I wouldn't live on this busy street that I live on if it wasn't for receiving dollars from CAP. But our director, Raleigh, is leaving, and I just wanted to vocalize that. Being a council member and also being on the CAP board and being a CAP recipient, I've just been able to wrap my head and continue to be an advocate for housing and affordable housing in the county and also in the city of East Lansing. So just wanted to wish Raleigh the best of luck. He's going to be with the city of Lansing. We'll probably still see him here and there, but he's just been a great advocate, and CAP began here in the city of East Lansing. Next, I wanted to welcome the new Michigan State football coach, Jonathan. I don't remember his last name.
Smith.
Thank you. Coach Smith.
Second Smith in 23 years.
Second Smith, good. Hopefully that's something good. I bleed green too. I watched the game on Saturday, and I look forward to seeing some points on the board. So the next thing, speaking of football, I also wanted to mention I was able to see my very first football game. I have a senior, so it might sound a little bit, sad, but I always said my kids represent me when people see them at the football game and don't see me. But we did travel to see the East Lansing High School varsity boys play in the semi-championship Division II against Muskegon. We did lose that game, but it was a beautiful day. It was a great show for the East Lansing high school fans, and very proud of them. Yay. Next, I received notice on the Hagedorn Road construction or redoing of the road that's being done from Grand River to Bircham. I think I might have received it. I don't know who else all received it, but I live on Hagedorn Road. And there's a discussion taking place December 4th. And so I look forward to being there to understand what they're going to do and, just also listen to community voice. I'm not sure, is that going to get reposted somewhere, Mr. Bellman, or, were the correct people notified when the mailers were sent out?
I will look into that, but we'll post it accordingly.
Okay, cool. And I even think even your high school and the middle school and Marble school people might want to know about it as well. The next thing I wanted to talk about, the next thing I wanted to ask first is, are there any youth commissioners in the building right now? Newly possibly appointed youth commissioners? All right, thank you. I did hear that they were with us, I'm sorry. Okay. I did hear that they were with us the last time when we did vote to take them off of the consent agenda, and I just wanted to acknowledge them this time if they are here, and just we look forward to the formation of the Youth Commission, having that youth voice, and even despite the part that they're not 18 and they can't vote, they still live here, work here, they definitely play here, and go to school here. And so the final thing I wanted to talk about was just to clear up, people might have possibly been thrown off about the reappointments and the appointments and the consent agenda. I left town for Thanksgiving with my children. We returned on Saturday. No, we returned on Friday. And it was Saturday that it was brought to my attention that some reappointments hadn't made it to the consent agenda. And so just definitely in the spirit of transparency and also giving grace, we've got new people here, we've got returning people here, but just kind of keeping in mind that, our process worked good before, and the fumble was that enough people didn't know what had happened with those names being taken off, and so I was a little bit stressed over the weekend, as my council members know from my emails, but just wondering what is happening. And so it's nice that the consent agenda and hopefully that final person will be able to be added back on as well. But again, it just speaks to the transparency that's really important on this council, that we might have taken long times on the former council to come up with decisions, and part of that was because we publicly discussed things. There wasn't, Yeah, that's what we did. And so just I encourage that to continue to happen, because then there isn't confusion. And again, specifically to our LEPOC commissioners, who have been, some of them had been out of town in Chicago for a conference that they were able to go to as our LEPOC commissioners. Able to go to, not meaning that we paid for all of it at all, but they work really hard. And they're a newer commission, and they have subcommittees, and I was able to have our meetings from 6 to 9, so just 3 hours, which is a long time for commissions to be meeting, but they just work really hard, and I just appreciate seeing them, and also just seeing the other people in general that choose to volunteer with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And as I've indicated to you privately, Ms. Watson, that agenda decision is on me and nobody else. That's my responsibility. So, and I've already apologized to you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Ebersol Singh, anything?
I would just, two things. One, I just want to thank everyone that came out and made comments tonight, and I look forward to working with you and getting to know you moving forward. And, you know, there's just, again, rolling up our sleeves and moving forward together and working through some of the issues at hand. Secondly, on the, I just want to, one piece on the ARPA discussion, I want to make sure, because I think green infrastructure, I know we talked a lot about during the campaign, but, and I just want to make sure, Mr. Bellman, that I think I saw in an email that the direction to staff was not only understanding what's left in the budget, but also other priorities that may exist, because I know we're going to have to make some judgment calls in terms of what's remaining and what's the best
Correct.
Case to use. So I just want to make sure it's holistic.
Yeah, I think that's the way we're all headed, probably.
Okay,
so.
great. And that's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
I'm not usually going to say anything, but I'm going to say this tonight. I am not real hard to find in this town. So people that come in to speak here can always call me at the 2 phone numbers that are on the website, the city website. I have an office. I have the luxury of still being able to practice law. I have the luxury of an office where people can come and see me. And, you know, I've been here a long time before on the council, and people have been chewing on me for a long time. So if anybody's out there and wants to come and complain, I said that before we started tonight, you want to complain, you want to compliment, you want to raise questions, whatever, please understand, whether I was mayor or not mayor, my door's open. So I'm going to say that once. I'm not going to say that again. I'm not going to use up valuable time saying that over and over and over again, but I'm available to anybody that wants to come and talk to me. Doesn't mean I'm always going to agree with you. Doesn't mean I'm always going to say, you know, I can solve that, but at least you can talk and we can sit and think through some things and see if there's a way forward. So I just wanted to say that. Mr. City Manager, I feel some sympathy for you because the 5 of us keep giving you things to do, which I guess you walked into that one. So one of the things you have to do now, if you will, is give us your city manager's report, please.
I have one item, and that is I want to congratulate Marie Wicks, who today formally accepted the position, returned position to city clerk. She's been filling it in the interim role. She came back to make sure our election went smoothly. I think her experience in that area, her passion, reinforced the need to hire her full-time, rehire her full-time in the role of city clerk. So today she accepted, and so she gets to remove the interim. So thank you.
That's good news.
That's all I have to report.
Thank you. City attorney report, any city attorney report?
I have nothing to report, and I'm always happy to answer questions.
Okay. Mr. Bellman, would you please be so kind as to read us the amended/modified consent agenda?
Absolutely. So 3.1 is to approve the following appointments or reappointments to the board or commissions. Reena Natla to the East Lansing Youth Commission for a full term ending October 24th, 2024. Amear Ahmed to the East Lansing Youth Commission for a full term ending October 24th, 2024. Garrett Garcia to the East Lansing Youth Commission for a full term ending October 24th, 2024. Mila Thompson to the East Lansing Youth Commission for a full term ending October 24th, 2024. Gabrielle Samantha Sawavi to the East Lansing Youth Commission for a full term ending October 24th, 2024. Elizabeth Allen to the East Lansing Youth Commission for a full term ending October 24th, 2024. Nala Noel to the East Lansing Youth Commission for a full term ending October 24th, 2024. Jim Levandy to the Seniors Commission for a partial term ending December 31st, 2023. Jim Levandy to the Senior Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2026. Jim Batterson to the Seniors Commission for a partial term ending December 31st, 2025. And the additions to tonight's agenda is Ali Sarato to the Arts Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2026. And Kath Edsel to the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2026. And Robin Etchison to the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2026. 3.2, set a public hearing for the January 9th, 2024 regular city council meeting to consider a site plan and special use permit for the proposed reconstruction of a gas station at 100 East Saginaw Street. 3.3, set a public hearing for January 9th, 2024 city council regular meeting to consider a request by the Lansing Board of Water and Light to rezone 683 Stoddard Avenue from R2 to C and a site plan for the proposed reuse of the obsolete substation at that address as a utility employee training center. 3.4, set a public hearing for January 9th, 2024 City Council regular meeting to consider a request by Mr. Car Wash for a site plan and special use at 2110 Merritt Road to construct a 6,500 square foot car wash, building associated parking and vacuums. And 3.5 is set a public hearing for January 9th, 2024 City Council regular meeting to consider request by Michael Zawacki to rezone the parcel at 730 Grove Street from R2 medium density single family residential to RM32 City Center multifamily residential.
Could we have a motion?
I have a motion, Mr. Mayor, to approve the consent agenda with one change. The Youth Commission ordinance provides that the youth commissioners will be appointed for 1 year from the date of appointment. So it should be November 28th, not October 24th. And with that change, I would move the consent agenda.
Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Okay. Voting on the amendment first, all those in favor of the amended, well, I guess I don't need to do that, do I? No. So all those in favor of the amended consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The consent agenda is passed as amended. I'll ask the question. I'm willing to forge ahead. Is everybody, you need a break? All right, so I have around 9 o'clock. Let's take a break for 10 minutes.
No problem.
10 minutes, please. Amendment is item now designated as item 4.1, which is annual deer management presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Brookover, Mayor Pro Tem Singh, Councilmember Watson, Councilmember Meadows, Councilmember Altman. Thank you for having us here this evening. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our guests that are here tonight. These are some of our partners from MSU, and they will be helping with part of the presentation. I have Dr. Alexa Warwick here, who's a wildlife engagement specialist, Department of Fisheries and Wildlife. Dr. Jean Tsao at the end, who is in both the Department of Fisheries and Wildlife and Large Animal Clinical Sciences, and also Dr. Matthew Buchholz, did I say it right again?
Yes.
Twice in a row, excellent, who's a postdoctoral research associate in the Department of Fisheries and Wildlife. So we will all be taking portions of this presentation this evening. This is our annual deer management report, and this will also be an introduction to anti-tick research.
Director DeChambeau, is that presentation available to us to look at?
It should be up on the, is it up on the screen?
It is. Is it a link in the in your agenda item?
It is not yet. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, one moment. When we took the break, I lost my power here to connect.
I just want to, while you're searching, if it's possible for us to get it, that would be great right now. I can't see.
Oh, absolutely.
I want to echo
Absolutely.
that. I have a hard time seeing the print up there.
Tammy, can I ask you to forward it?
Yes, I'm going to do that right now.
Thank you. So as she's doing that, I just want to talk about that for over a decade, we've been talking about this subject of deer management. We've been engaging with residents, researching best practices, partnering with experts in the field concerning management of the city's deer population. There are a lot of factors that contribute to how you feel about seeing deer and certainly how you feel about various management practices and methods. This can be a divisive topic for communities. I would go as far as to say I'm not aware of a community who has tackled this topic that it wasn't divisive. The city has spent considerable time and effort and continues to spend time and effort around community input and engagement. And the decision ultimately to remove deer by lethal means took many years of community input, research, public consideration, all of which continues to be a consideration. Just quickly giving you a little history, because I know that Councilmember Singh may be fairly new to this subject and other council members are maybe not so new to the subject, but I think it's always good to review what the city has done over the past decade. This really started in 2012 when resident concern initiated a deer survey. Out of that, we formed beneficial and ongoing partnerships with local experts, USDA Wildlife Services, the Michigan DNR, and MSU.
You're not on
And
the
I'm,
same.
next slide, please. We developed the deer management webpage for residents, which has lots of information about what the city is doing at any given point in time, FAQs, lots of links to gardening with deer, to various fencing that you can use in gardens for repellents, all kinds of information. Also allows residents to give us feedback through that site. We collected data via trail cameras, observation, and reported deer vehicle collisions. We researched best practices, both non-lethal and lethal, talked to lots of other communities. We held community deer management meetings in 2014, 2019, and again in 2022. There were 2 ordinances adopted during this time. Ordinance number 1334 prohibited the feeding of deer. I just want to mention that our prohibition of feeding of deer in the community happened before the state actually banned the feeding of deer. So we were proactive in that regard, and that has been mentioned in many circles before, that East Lansing was very proactive in that way. Ordinance number 1358, allowing exceptions to the prohibition of hunting in parks, was also adopted. In 2020, City Council authorized the city manager to engage USDA Wildlife Services in professional deer removal through the motion made for deer management. In 2023, City Council approved 2 additional motions concerning deer management. Next slide, please. And just to give you the full language of what took place with deer management authorization, February 11th, 2020, City Council approved a motion to authorize deer management, and that authorized the city manager to conduct a deer management program, which may include, but is not limited to, utilization of USDA professional sharpshooters and to engage others to ensure, where feasible, donation of venison, when determined to be safe for eating, to local food pantries and subject to appropriate notification to the East Lansing Community of Management problem to be utilized, and prior to commencement of the program. January 10th of this year, 2023, City Council approved 2 additional motions. A motion to eliminate the cull that takes place at the Aquatic Center softball complex, and a motion for the East Lansing City Council to receive annual updates on plans to cull deer, including improvements being made toward lethal and non-lethal options, pros and cons supporting data, population numbers, etc., dates of cull and recommendations at least 14 days before culling begins, as well as to add in the supporting data of deer auto collisions within city limits of the city of East Lansing from the previous 12 months. In addition, that we add the part of the data set that the increase in auto insurance rates for personal insurance auto coverage in the prior 2 years. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about management impacts from the last 3 years, which is when lethal removal began being used. So specifically, USDA Wildlife Services has removed 193 deer from city and private property over 3 years in just 10 nights of operation. So in January of 2021, they were out for 2 nights, removed 65 deer. January of 2022, they were out for 4 nights, removed 79 deer. And then in 2023, this year, the removal was delayed until March. It was not as effective in that month. So January really is a critical month for being as efficient as possible with the removal, but 49 deer were removed over four evenings. The city's deer removal has provided protein to people and families in need. We estimate about 6,700 pounds of venison, equating to roughly 35,000 servings of protein, was donated to the Greater Lansing Food Bank. All of the processing costs are covered by Michigan Sportsmen Against Hunger, so the city does not pick up the processing costs. And we have talked about this before in other presentations, but 2 to 5 years to have measurable impacts is what's expected. So I think you heard from some folks tonight who said they're starting to see what they would consider measurable impacts, and that's after 3 years, so that is on target. Next slide, please. And just letting you know what's in process for 2024 currently. We have a cooperative service agreement with USDA Wildlife Services and a placeholder in their schedule to begin removal operations in early January. We've submitted an MDNR permit application for removal of up to 80 deer. This is something that was a conversation last January. The very first year, we asked for a permit to remove, I believe it was around 50 deer. And the first night they removed 36, and we had to go for an amendment to raise the tags and to allow for more. So the next year we just said it's a not to exceed number. So let's just make it 100, then we know we don't have to go back for an amendment. And we had done that last year also. But I do understand that number can seem really high, and it's not a number that we've achieved, certainly, in any of the previous 3 years. So this year we put in 480. And if we need to amend that number in the middle of the operation, we can do that as well. The Greater Lansing Food Bank is excited about and ready to accept our venison donation, and we are working on a targeted satisfaction survey for residents in removal areas to gauge impacts, and that's something that Dr. Warwick will talk a little bit more about. It's really important that we talk about both biological carrying capacity and wildlife acceptance capacity in this conversation. We've talked about it virtually every year that we've had a deer management presentation. It's also something that's been talked about in our community meetings. Biological carrying capacity refers to the number of deer that an area can sustain over an extended period of time. We have not reached biological carrying capacity in the city of East Lansing, and the impacts of deer-human interaction and the ecological impacts and detrimental impacts will start far before we ever hit biological carrying capacity. I think that's really important to note. Wildlife acceptance capacity or social carrying capacity refers to the stakeholder tolerance in the community. In some areas that's going to be different than other areas, but we're really focused solely on what the impacts to the community and what the deer-human interactions look like, and what we're hearing from the community in terms of those negative interactions, as opposed to purely focused on numbers of deer. Next slide, please. I think it's also important to review a little bit of deer biology. Mating behavior goes from mid-October to early November. Fawns are born in May and June. They become reproductively active in December. Healthy adult females typically produce 2 and sometimes 3 fawns in areas where food is abundant and they feel safe, which is very much East Lansing. We often see twins and even triplets born. High reproductive potential when biological carrying capacity is not exceeded. A fenced reserve in Michigan saw a population of 6 deer grow to 222 in 7 years. An average deer can eat 1,100 pounds of vegetation each year, and they're highly adaptable. So we sometimes hear from residents who say, I only planted deer-resistant items in my yard, and they ate them. It happens. Home range for males can extend to 38 square miles in the fall, 4 miles in the summer, but more typically in an urban area such as ours, you might be looking at 120 to 220 acres because we're in a more suburban area. Next slide, please. The top deer-human interaction concerns that we hear from our community: deer vehicle collisions. Michigan is a high-risk state. Deer vehicle collisions rose 13% statewide in 2022. Ecological damage. So studies have found deer forest foraging can reduce or alter the composition of many species, including songbirds and small mammals. Habituation and aggression. Local reports from residents and regionally, there have been damage to homes right here in East Lansing. We have had that situation. I'm not sure if anyone saw a video that was widely circulating a few weeks ago about a business in Old Town that a deer came right through the front window of that business. And the video is pretty shocking. Disease is also another concern for deer-human interaction in our community. Chronic wasting disease, which has not been found in the city of East Lansing, but has been in Meridian Township and other communities around us. Lyme disease and other diseases. Next slide, please. So reporting out on some of the items that have been asked for the annual report. Deer vehicle collision data. As you can see, we've been tracking this since 2008. What you can see in the last couple of years, you're starting to see a downward trend. Michigan ranks 4th in the nation in deer vehicle collisions. Nearly 60,000 DVCs in Michigan in 2022. Michigan's auto insurance rates are higher than the national average. Premiums have increased 31% since 2022. They're the highest in the country. I can tell you that Lansing's average premium is $2,900 roughly. The state average is just over $3,000. The national average is around $1,500. just to give you a perspective on the difference. Vehicle repair and maintenance costs are outpacing inflation and are cited as to why insurance continues to go up in Michigan. I'd also mention that in 2020 in the state of Michigan, 1,400 people were injured in deer vehicle collisions and 5 people were killed. Additionally, we're asked in this report to discuss non-lethal deer management options and whether anything new has come up or new methods or changes.
Can I stop you there? Can you go back to that last line?
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought the last line, and I thought one of the things I asked about last year was the total deer vehicle collisions in East Lansing.
Yep.
Is that the graph you have down there at the bottom?
Yes.
And I can't see it. Can you just tell us for the last 5 years what the count has been?
So this past year, it's looking like it's going to be about 18. We don't have December completed.
Okay.
So we just pulled the data from last December. So the year before, we were just under 20. And then we were up at 20, about 28, I believe, and 27 in the couple years before that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So next slide, non-lethal deer management options. So this is a list of options that are considered within the category of non-lethal deer management. Translocation, Michigan does not allow relocation of deer, causes disease spread, capture myopathy, consequences of deer trying to return then once they've been moved to their home area that they want to go back to, and accidents that can occur as a result. Fencing, our fencing ordinance allows for 6 feet. You need at least 8 to 9 feet really to keep deer out. And there's a horizontal fence design for gardens on our city's website that we do have there, and we encourage people to use. Fencing and wildlife crossings, these are really appropriate to long stretches of forested or agricultural areas in states where, motorists are worried about deer and moose and elk and bear and other kinds of wildlife, and they work in those kinds of areas. Wildlife corridors are used where endangered species need to move safely or to reestablish populations impacted by natural disasters or other large impacts. They're not practical in a city. And research has shown that reflective collars on deer and camels are ineffective. That is something that was tried, and we looked at research for that. There is some research that says there's possible efficacy of white cloth or red reflectors on signs in studies, but that also deer adapt to that too after they've seen it for a while. So it's something at least to consider. Again, if we could move to the next slide, please. Under the next category of non-lethal deer management options, contraception. This is something that has been promoted in some circles. It's not permitted in Michigan. For it to be effective, where research shows, deer population must be closed, fenced in, on an island, accessible for capture, and at the target population that you want to stay at. Tagging deer and administering the contraceptive doses and required booster doses creates a lot of deer stress. Safety is still being evaluated. Long-term bioaccumulated effects are unknown of the use of contraceptives. 70 to 90% of does would have to be treated to slow or reduce population growth. This also causes does, to have extended or multiple estrus cycles, drawing bucks into the area year-round. Sterilization is another non-lethal deer management option. Effectiveness also requires that the population must be closed, accessible for capture, and already at that target population to truly be effective. And again, contraception is not permitted in Michigan, and sterilization, I believe, is still only allowed under research. So that would not necessarily be an option. It was an option in Ann Arbor. I do believe that they had it under a research category, and the cost of sterilizing deer in Ann Arbor was about $1,500 per deer. Lethal deer management options, there are really 4 categories: professional sharpshooting, It's considered safe, humane, efficient for use adjacent to populated areas. Regulated hunting would be similar to what we have in places north where communities allow hunting during the regulated state hunting season, not very feasible in more urban areas. Controlled or managed hunting has limited access where human density or small property size minimize effectiveness and safety. And that is something that is used in Meridian Township, but they also supplement their managed hunt with their police officers, and they've also used USDA sharpshooting as well in their program. Trap and euthanasia, you can use clover nets, box traps, drop nets. Euthanized by gunshot, it's more effective as a supplement, so it would be something that could be used potentially in a really difficult area that you were trying to get to deer and you didn't have any other options available, and it is quite costly. Next slide, please. We hear sometimes when we're talking about these management options, we hear some of these terms, and I thought I would include a slide because we have heard it a few times. So we hear about the bounce back effect, we hear about the vacuum effect, we hear about placeholder effect. Bounce back effect is the idea that if you're removing deer from populations, the females will increase their reproductive capacity, but removing deer from healthy populations will not increase reproductive rates of remaining deer. They're already having twins and fawns here in the city. They're not, because the biological carrying capacity of our community is still robust. They're not in a place where they need to increase their reproduction. The vacuum effect, the idea that deer from the outside of an area of a cull will quickly replace the deer removed. Of course, there's a white-tailed deer problem in all of Michigan. We hear about that. There are other communities dealing with this, so communities around us also need to be part of the solution, but there have been research studies that have tested this idea. Oyer and Porter I specifically cite, and this idea that removing deer from a locality within a large forested area in New York, and the low deer density in the test site persisted for 5 years, so they did not find that the vacuum effect took place. Placeholder effect is the idea that female deer keep densities low because they're territorial and won't allow new deer into an established area. In talking with the state's deer expert, what he's experienced is that territoriality is tied to maternal protection just when fawns are present and young. So that's really not something that is typical. So at this time, I am going to turn this over to sure, okay. And then for Matt, his is on there, just it's the next one. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Warwick to talk about some of the other data that we've been collecting.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you all for sticking it out here. I do want to thank you for some time tonight to listen to some of the information that's been collected and it's kind of an update from where we were in January, and also to thank the city for funding the 4 students who have been involved with this project since 2019 as well, because that's really where the funding goes to, and they've helped develop a lot of the data you'll see tonight. So if I could get the next slide. Perfect. So a couple things. We've been collecting data primarily in 2022, kind of into the beginning of 2023 with trail cameras and then with resident surveys. So I'll talk first about the trail cameras. And the reference to kind of that population number piece, it takes quite a bit of money and effort to actually get an exact number of deer or a density of deer. So we're using a proxy for that that's much easier and cheaper to be able to measure. So I'm calling that deer activity level. It's not going to tell you how many deer there are. It's going to tell you how many deer pass in front of a camera. So the amount of activity of deer. So we put out 17 cameras in 2022, and if you're not familiar with a trail camera, they're pretty easy to use, and they can just be sitting, deployed is what we call it, out on a tree or on a stake, and that way you'll see them throughout the night as well. So you'll see some of the pictures that are on here that you can see were taken during the evening hours when deer can be active. So we had these out primarily at the 8 parks, but also at 3 residences, and they were out for, on average, about 112 days. Get the next slide, please. And just briefly, you could see the map of where these were at, and sort of the 3 residences were spread across the places. And just to note, if it says sports complex anywhere, I'm referring to the aquatic center softball complex. These cameras were also out about 30% more time than they were in 2019, which was the last time we had cameras out. And we tried to place them in 2022 as close as possible to the 2019 locations. Next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of how we actually get that deer activity level, every camera is just taking photos, and they trigger by movement in front of the camera, so we can get anywhere from 2,000 to 10,000 photos from a single camera, which are then manually reviewed by students for presence of deer. And since they're not identifiable deer, we don't know which individuals which, at least across multiple time periods. In the short term, we sort of say, oh, if it's been there, in the few consecutive photos, we'll call that once. But for the most part, we count every deer that goes by that camera. And that can be a lot of deer. So we'll calculate the total number of deer, divide that by how many days the camera's been out, and that's getting you an average number of deer per day per camera. So that's what I'm calling activity level. So that's what you'll see on this next slide. Is the 17 cameras that were out, and I've highlighted, for those that can see it, in red, the ones that were at residential locations, because those tend to have a higher average number of deer per day, and these were out from July to December of 2022. So you can see one of the big takeaways that we had in 2019 held again for 2022. There's a lot of variability across these locations, sometimes even within parks. You can get some high variability with how much activity is happening for deer in particular areas. We also saw primarily antlerless deer, so about 65% were antlerless deer, and then there was something like 18,500 antlerless deer occurrences across all of those cameras. So just to give you a sense for what that looks like. Yeah, I think that's all I'll say on that one. Next slide. If you want to compare 2019 to 2022, it looks a little crazy here, but the take home is actually, for the most part, the 2022 location or camera locations were lower than the 2019 in almost every case, except for one park was the same and one park was higher. And we didn't have the same 2 residentials, 2 were new locations in 2022, so I only have the 1 residential comparison. So again, takeaway with all of the craziness going on there is just there's mostly reduction in activity level in 2022 as compared to 2019. And if you go to the next slide, the 1 residential that was a repeat in 2019 and 2022, we actually saw a pretty high increase, and went back to check that because it was sort of surprisingly high, and that is real. It did have a high increase in that particular residential area. If you go to the next slide, one other thing we can get with this information is the time of day that deer are active, so just sort of confirming the typical active times, dusk and dawn, but you can see that on these 2 example, a residential and a white park camera. So in quick summary of the trail camera information, again, high variability. Next slide. Sorry, thank you. And high variability, similar to what we found in 2019 in that regard. The residential cameras tended to have the highest activity overall, and then White Park also had highest activity of the park-placed cameras. Most cameras showed that decreased deer activity in 2022, just one was the same and one was increased, and then the 1 residential that was a repeat had that large increase as well. Okay.
Should we mention the missing cameras?
Oh, we did have 3 cameras potentially stolen in 2022, so so far, the ones that are out now have been doing okay, but fingers crossed. So we did lose some of that data. It's a little bit reduced in that regard. So that could factor in to what we're seeing. for the next slide, I will shift over to the online survey. In the past, we've had, thanks to Director DeChambeau, an open online survey that people could take at any point. The intent with this was kind of have a targeted period where people could respond and to really focus on changes that they've noticed since 2020. So some of the questions really targeted that. So this should look familiar for anyone that saw the January presentation. We had about 486 responses as of that ending of the survey time. We did ask them to provide an address because it was intended to be a resident perception. So we did have verification of those addresses. We allowed for some duplicates given that people might live at the same residence and have different perceptions or feelings about deer. So in total, what I'll be talking about here is from 357 respondents. Not everyone completes every question. So if you see a different number, that's maybe that they didn't complete that question. About a third had lived there at their current residence for 21 years or more, and their age was pretty variable. As you can see with some of these pie charts, we have quite a range of age of respondents, and about a third lived adjacent to a city park. You get the next slide, please. We asked them a couple different questions, and one was about what they thought the number of deer was, and about 60% said it was too high. And then another question was if they thought there was any change in the number of deer, and for that one, we had about a third that said they thought it had increased, and about a third that said it had stayed the same, with 20% decreased, and 14% were unsure. We have asked, next slide, in previous surveys, this question about their feelings about deer, and you'll notice the three different levels is 2014, 2019, and 2022. So we see some consistency across those times with a reduction in the proportion of people who enjoy seeing and having deer around. There was a slight increase in the enjoy seeing but worry about problems, and then that went down slightly in 2022, and then a slight reduction in regarding as a nuisance in 2022. Next slide, thank you. We did also ask about their concerns and their interests related to deer. Not too surprising, but deer vehicle collision was highest. Almost 70% of people referenced that as a concern, and damage to landscape and garden plants at just over 50%. And then ticks and Lyme disease and other diseases came in close to 50% as well as damage to ecosystems by overbrowsing of native plants. And about 20%, I just wanted to note, mentioned no concerns. We did also, with the interests, ask about that. So some positive things that people find about deer, sharing the environment with deer. Some just mentioned none of the things that were listed. Opportunity to view or photograph deer, cultural value, opportunity to hunt was the lowest that was selected at 7%. And to go into a little more detail about the two items, the deer vehicle collision and the damage to landscape. Next slide. For deer vehicle collisions, we had just 39 respondents who mentioned they've had a deer vehicle collision in the last 3 years. Someone in the comments mentioned it had happened just outside of 3 years, so there could have been more past that point. And we asked how much it cost, and the expenses ranged from $1,000 to more than $15,000. Is usually around the $1,000 to $5,000 range. And then I'll just note there's a transcription error that I made with the damage. It's actually going to be 64% of respondents. 226 was the actual number, but you might believe 90% was the case, but that's why I initially checked it. 64% reported having experienced damage to their landscape and garden in the last 3 years, with expenses ranging from less than $200 to more than $5,000, and that was a pretty tapering off of, the majority, about 50%, said it was less than $200, and then kind of tapering as you go. Okay. And because we're talking a lot about impacts here, we're doing the trail cameras to give us some sense of activity level, but really we're focusing on what residents feel are changes and impacts to them. And we asked if they thought anything had changed with their impacts or concerns since 2020. And about 40% said it had increased with impacts or concerns, 35% stayed around the same, and then 9% had decreased, 13% weren't sure. Next slide, please. And we were also curious to know what they've done previously in regards to deer management, if they were noticing signage or barricades when there was removal efforts happening. So almost half the people referenced that. And I will say that when they were asked if they had known about the management, the culling prior to the survey, about 90% actually had already known of it before taking this survey. Some of them had received the letter about deer removal efforts if they were in adjacent properties, so 37%. And then others hadn't had any participation, about a third. And another third had already taken the previous online deer opinion surveys. And then some other things were quite small in terms of numbers, like attending the deer meeting, community meetings, coming to city council, or we also hosted a Smart Gardening with Deer webinar in 2020. In terms of how they would like to be communicated to in the future, we asked that, and emails, online resources, and letters and mailers were all at the top, with most of the other ones being much smaller. And they were interested in hearing more about deer management efforts, preventing deer damage to gardens and landscapes, and then tick prevention. So we'll wrap all this up, and then if there's other questions, I'm happy to cover those. Feelings about deer haven't changed too much, at least measured by the question with the online surveys 2014, 2019, 2022. Most people knew about the deer removal efforts prior to the survey, and most respondents, 60%, said they thought the deer number to be too high in East Lansing. About a third thought the number of deer has increased since 2020. A third said it stayed the same. Top concerns are still the same as they've been: deer vehicle collisions, landscape garden damage, and disease-related concerns, especially ticks and Lyme disease. And then most respondents, about 74%, thought that their deer impacts or concerns have stayed around the same or increased since 2020. And just a smaller number have actually experienced deer vehicle collisions, and then again, that 64% have experienced damage to their landscape and garden. And then finally, as I just mentioned, the receiving emails, online resources was especially high, and knowing more about management updates and preventing deer damage. With that, I'll just say our next steps: we deployed cameras again in November, and we'll actually leave them out into February, so we haven't done those dates those months previously, and then we're doing another round of resident surveys, but probably shorter, not asking the full set of questions that we did before, just to have some comparisons. Yeah.
Do we have to open up the other presentation?
So Matt, I'll start with you.
Okay.
All right. Well, again, thank you very much for having us. We're very hopeful to have this opportunity to be able to piggyback on any potential or a future call. And so I'll start off because my background is in Lyme disease ecology and such, and our research associate, Dr. Matt Buchholz, he is the deer expert. So next slide, please. So I just wanted to set the context, especially since in the surveys, people are interested in the risk of ticks and tick-borne diseases, by just reminding people that Lyme disease is caused by this tick, the black-legged tick. And what you see here are the two adults, the large ticks, the nymphal stage, the bottom left, and then larva on top with 6 legs. And just because also it's our chance to do a PSA here, but these ticks, up until probably this past week, have been out questing for a host. And so people should still be aware that they might be able to have, might contact these ticks and be at risk of Lyme disease now, as well as their companion animals. But not only do these ticks transmit the pathogen that causes Lyme disease, but they also can cause other diseases as well. And Lyme disease is the leading vector-borne disease in the U.S., especially in the Northeast and the upper Midwest. This tick, one of the reasons why it's so successful is because it's not a picky eater. It really feeds on, as a larva and nymph, which is the baby in the teenage stage, they feed on a whole host, as I say, but a whole, potpourri, I guess, of hosts that are often found in many areas that you would imagine in the parks of East Lansing, as well as around our neighborhoods within. The adult stage mainly feeds on large hosts Could be raccoons, coyotes, foxes, but mostly the white-tailed deer. And so it is that, for that reason, why many, there have been prior studies that have shown that if you can control the ticks on the deer population, how much they feed on deer, then you can really reduce the risk of Lyme disease, all right? And so one other point, and then I'll pass over to Matt, is that white-tailed deer are actually not hosts for the pathogens themselves that cause Lyme disease and anaplasmosis. But because they are the most important host for the ticks, the adult ticks, the ones that the female needs a full blood meal to be able to lay its eggs, and she finds her mate also on that host. And so because of that, deer, and having an increasing density of deer can really lead to an increased number of ticks, which then indirectly leads to increased risk of ticks and tick-borne diseases. All right, so therefore they are a good leverage point for trying to reduce the risk of ticks and tick-borne diseases. Oh, and then I'll let you speak about this.
Next slide, please.
Yes.
So there has been various efforts taken throughout the country to try and target deer to control Lyme disease and other tick-borne diseases. One of those is to eradicate all deer. Now, this is not practical beyond having a closed deer population. And the only true places of closed deer populations are on islands. So while this has been shown on Monhegan Island that you can cause negligible Lyme disease risk, this complete eradication of deer is not really that practical under an open deer population like we'd have in East Lansing. We can reduce the deer population to help control it, but we can't actually completely eradicate the deer population for biological, sociological, logistical reasons. Now, next slide, please. Other options that have been done, there's a device called a four-poster device that allows deer to self-medicate. This is basically a paint roller that you put on a feeder, and when the deer feeds, it gets an acaricide or a tick-killing drug, tick-killing pesticide on their heads. That's where most of the ticks feed, and it kills the ticks on their heads. Next slide, please. However, in areas like Michigan and most now of the eastern U.S., these devices are now illegal due to baiting bans from chronic wasting disease and other disease concerns. So we could not actually deploy these in order to control tick populations on deer. Next slide, please. So our project that we're proposing here is looking at developing a new method that we would be able to deploy in communities such as East Lansing. We are also working with Meridian Township with their deer program in order to develop a new method to eventually get a anti-tick medication to deer. So our objectives for this is to assess activity by deer and other non-target wildlife species. So this is with kind of be combined with Dr. Warwick's research. Assess consumption rates of delivery unit, and I will explain what these are in future slides here, by wildlife, particularly deer at different times of the year. Assess uptake of a biomarker by deer to examine that theoretical uptake of medication. I will stress it multiple times through this. We are not proposing currently using a medication. This is an earlier step of the process just to develop a protocol that when and if a anti-tick medication that would be approved by USDA, DNR, various other agencies would be available, we have a tested protocol that could be deployed. And then also assess tick abundance on deer. Next slide, please. So what these delivery units are is basically a ball of alfalfa and molasses. It smells good. Trust me, it smells very sweet. I made a lot of them. So deer like them. They eat. We've shown in Meridian Township that we have had deer eat them. This has been previously used in the TB zone up north, in the northern Lower Peninsula. So this is a small delivery unit composed of alfalfa, molasses, xanthan gum, and the biomarker called rhodamin B. And I'll get into what that biomarker does here in a second. But again, no active drug or pharmaceutical agent at this time. That would be further down the road once such a drug or agent would be approved.
And we develop a successful
Yeah.
protocol.
So
Yeah.
let me just interrupt you, please.
Yes.
So, what you're talking about, which our commission has already recommended that we do, is essentially piggybacking on the already existing process, if that's approved, and you're going to develop a protocol involving a non-lethal, non-drug thing, which I'm sure is fascinating to you and maybe fascinating to some other people on the council. But the reality is, you're just asking us to approve that and allow you to go ahead and utilize this protocol that you've already utilized in Meridian Township, and you're still testing it to see if it works. Is that fair?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. And it's on your dime, not ours,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay, thanks. Is there anything else you need to tell us, do you think?
I'd like to hear the rest of the
Go ahead. Yeah, sure.
There would be that we would work on this with the call, and I do, the next slide, please, because I do specifically want to mention this. What that biomarker does, it leaves marks in the whiskers that we can identify, but physically to deer, it's not harmful to them, but piggybacking off the cull where the meat is donated. Like I said, we are working with Meridian Township. They donate venison too. We worked previously with the USDA culls in the northern Lower Peninsula. This biomarker does not enter the meat. It is perfectly safe to consume meat from these animals that eat this. The only thing that does happen is there is some temporary pink staining of the muzzle and mouth area. So that would be that could be seen by residents. As mentioned, it's perfectly safe. There is nothing wrong with that deer. It's just actually evidence that they have consumed one of our units that would actually tell us in the future they theoretically would have been medicated with a drug. That's really the big point that I would want to stress.
Okay.
Right, we don't want residents to get concerned if they see some deer or maybe raccoons or squirrels that temporarily have this staining.
And what's the communication, plan? Is that in your slides? Sorry, not to get a...
It's not in the slides, but we have been working, again, with Meridian Township. We kind of piggybacked off their communication, but it would be, we would work with Director DeChambeau to again, work to inform that people may see this. It is not a problem. It's part of the research, and it's perfectly safe.
So before starting our operation, residents get a personal letter who are within that operation area that are on the boundaries of the area that we'll be in. We also do a press release. We have FAQs on the website. So there's a lot of information that goes out. We would just include this information along with that as well to let people know.
Can you just go to the last slide, please?
Right.
All the way. That one. I would just finally say that if there is any other questions, this is our project email that either Dr. Sau, Dr. Campa, who's not here, or myself would be able to address any other questions.
Right. Are you guys done with your formal? Okay, so I'm going to depart a little bit from most recent practice. at the council table, which is if folks have questions, could you direct them to the presenters now? Let's do that, and then let's bring it back if anybody wants to make a motion. So in accord with Robert's Rules of Order, we can have a motion, any discussion concerning the motion. So does everybody understand where I'm headed on this thing? Because we've sort of gotten, in the most recent past, we've sort of gotten all that glommed up. So please, direct questions to the presenters if you've got it.
I have a question for you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Do we need a motion to approve their participation?
Well, that's really up to you, Mr. Meadows. I think, based on here's the way I read it, they're not a part of our program or process right now. The commission has recommended that, and that's in the materials we have. And so I would just think, also from the standpoint of them having a safe harbor, in terms of their research, that it had been approved for use in the city of East Lansing. So it just makes sense to me, but, it's up to you.
I do have one additional question. I think, I don't want to assume the answer, so I want to ask it.
Yep.
Is, say a human gets one of these molasses packages, is there any?
So I have made all the capsules that I don't even let my undergrad technicians make the capsules that the biomarker is in.
But that's because?
It's because of staining. Your hands get stained and all of your clothes get stained. I probably have inhaled it. It would take very high doses, far beyond of anything we'd have that would be of any health concern.
Okay, Dr. Alvin, did you have some other questions?
Yeah, a couple of questions, if I may. So I'm still looking for evidence that the current deer population is damaging our public lands. And that was maybe implicit in your presentation, but I wonder if you could sort of give me a clear statement about whether, for example, the understory of the forest understory is in jeopardy if we don't use lethal culling methods.
Do you want to take that from the exclosures?
Well, I'll say one thing that we did, and Dr. DeChambeau, Director, I'll give you up there. Director DeChambeau, you've talked about deer so well.
I know, I was thinking that was a great lecture.
Yeah.
I learned.
She actually had exclosures
I remember
built.
that. Yeah, I remember
In
that.
2 locations, and in 2019, we surveyed those for plant diversity in a control spot that had open access to deer, and then the exclosure.
Yep.
We didn't see a huge difference in the diversity of plants, but it's actually, partly it's a little bit small for what would a typical exclosure be, so you might not see as much of a difference versus an even larger exclosure. So it would be potentially worth doing some more ecological surveys. We did not do that in 2022. The focus was more on sort of the human impact side, but we could do more on the ecological impact side. That's not in the plan right now, but if that's of interest, yeah.
Well, I will say that that's my primary concern. I mean, my focus is on the balance between two ecological resources. And I don't want to kill deer, but I also don't want to kill our forests. And if the deer are killing our forests, then I see a reason to intervene as sort of the proxy predator. But if we don't have evidence that the deer are killing our forests, then I don't want to kill deer. So that would be of interest to me, but I'm only one person, and I may well be in the minority. So I will leave it to other council members to speak up if they think that's relevant. Could I ask about the rationale for removing the aquatic center from the call the last time around? Perhaps Councilmember Watson could address that.
It's because Nottingham was releasing the deer in that area. And so injured deer were being brought to them, and then the deer were, being kept alive, and then they were released in that area. And so it was like, why kill them? Why release them to kill them?
Right.
And when we looked at the statistics on that area, it made sense to leave them off of it, as far as the culls and how many were killed, actually being killed in that area.
Because the statistics indicated there weren't many people,
Something like that. I don't know if Kat's going to say anything about it, but yes. So we looked at the data because we were able to see where the culls were occurring at and how many deer were taken from each of the parks. And so when you tracked that, you could see it wasn't going to be a huge issue to take that area off of the list.
Councilmember Altman,
Yeah.
if I could, I just want to clarify the difference between number of deer taken in that area and then what was viewed on camera data. That is one of the areas where cameras came missing. So we don't have that data. We have cameras back up there now. Hopefully they stay there. But that's unfortunate because that would have helped to inform this particular concern. So we do have the camera back up now, but at the time that we were trying to look at what the deer population looked like in that area, that camera came up missing.
Thanks. Another question is, so deer move, right, as you've indicated. It seems to me that this is an issue that requires a regional solution, not a local solution. Do we know if the county has the authority to do something about this so that we could just kick it up a level?
So I will just comment on, in Oakland County, that is exactly the path they're taking, is trying to work together across communities, because they also recognize that if one community does one thing and deer are moving, you know, they might be thwarting each other's efforts. So I think that is a great idea, and I think our state, you know, deer biologist enjoys having those kinds of communities working together as well. But I think Oakland County, and I'd have to go back and check and see what their situation is right now, but they had some struggles with having the county take that on versus each of the communities having to sort of work together. So I'd have to check back in to see where they're at this point.
Well, I could certainly imagine the county wouldn't want to take this on, because who would want to take this on?
Yeah.
Right, given the nature of the issue.
I don't know, I think the individual groups want to take it on, like Meridian Township wants to make their own decision on the deer, and then City of Lansing wants to make their own decision, and City of East Lansing wants to make their own decision. But you're saying that the deer move, but you haven't cited that the deer are coming from some other area because they're not culling.
I don't have any markings on the deer to track
Oh,
where deer would be coming
yeah,
from.
thank you. I thought you had said that when other areas don't cull, that maybe they might come into our area.
They just might thwart like adjacent communities doing different things.
Yeah.
Having different goals.
Thanks. And just so you know, I'm not for the culls either. And so this is the most difficult I am, to me, Director DeChambeau. I don't know if you would agree as far as these deer cull conversations go. So if it feels like I'm being difficult, it is because I'm not I question a lot of things and the information that's being provided, because I think there's other ways that we can figure out how to coexist with the deer. But then I also want it to make sense. So I did also want to know, have we done better than by the group like Lantern Hill? Have we done better by them as far as the culls go and keeping them at pace with reducing the amount of deer that are there?
Well, first of all, Councilmember Watson, I would say your questions are always welcome. This is the conversation we need to have in this community, and it's the conversation we expect to have at all times. So, and I know that it's a difficult conversation when it's an activity that you struggle with, and that may be the case for many of us, right? But it is a conversation that's been ongoing and needs to continue. I think you heard from a couple of folks from the Lantern Hill area tonight talking about seeing a reduction, and that's what I'm hearing from them. I have had email communication from a couple other folks in the Lantern Hill neighborhood who specifically asked me not to send their communication to council because then their address is public and their name is public, and they weren't comfortable with that, but they did want it noted that they have seen a reduction. It doesn't mean that it's where they're not seeing damage or where they're not having groups of deer in their yard. But there have been times when people have reported 10 to 15 deer in their yard in that neighborhood, and there seems to be a slight reduction.
I have one more question, if I might. We have an issue with invasive species in our forests. My understanding is that invasive species are not as browsable as native species. If we figured out how to solve the invasive species problem in our forests, could we draw more deer out of the residential areas into the forests because there's better browse available and lessen the impact on the surrounding communities?
I can't give you a definitive answer. Maybe. But to solve the invasive species problem in the forests is quite a ambitious goal. So it could help, but it would take a lot of work and a lot of money to solve that, and solving problems that everywhere has that no one's really found the answer to.
Which is just like the deer problem. It's a problem everybody has and nobody's found a solution to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Meadows, any questions?
No questions.
Ms. Watson?
Yeah. When you presented on the lethal methods, can we get an update on prices too?
An update on prices for?
Yeah, when you presented on the sharpshooters or the hunting and stuff like that, could you give us an understanding on the prices?
Yep, it hasn't changed, so it's the same as last year. We have a cooperative service agreement with USDA Wildlife Services for a not-to-exceed amount of $19,500. It's been, I believe, that same amount each year. And whether they use all of it or only a part of it depends on how the operation goes.
Thanks. I should have been clear about the slide. It's slide 13 where it mentioned lethal deer management options. Can you give us a gauge on the prices? Like, the last one you said that it's expensive,
Oh,
but
for
just
each,
kind of
for each option?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I can absolutely look into that and try to get what an average cost per deer would be.
Thank you. And I feel like the non-lethal options weren't options because really they were kind of each came with why we can't take that option. And so I think sometimes if we don't have to get from point A to point B in like a linear way where if it's this method, like euthanasia, it's not going to work. But if we think bigger on how we can find the non-lethal options that are available for communities that like actually work, I think that information is out there. And the slides that you presented, again, on the non-lethal options, just kind of told us why, really kind of pointed us back to that the only method is the lethal method. Like, that would be what the person would draw from that.
May I respond earlier? You asked about geographic areas and specifically Lantern Hill. In other previous data with the opinion surveys, we actually did map those with the help of Dina to put those on and say sort of hot spots of people saying that they had, more or less deer perceived in their area. So we could analyze these data with that kind of geographic space in mind. If that would be helpful to see more of that.
Yeah.
Other questions, Ms. Watson? No, I'm sorry. We're past that. I'm sorry.
But we do have public comment that you can still submit to, that you could email us on. Your car collision data, I work around epidemiologists, so we try to be real sharp on, and they're on my team, help me be real sharp on the data and really making sure the data that we're presenting is, good data. And I got thrown off when you mentioned the car collision data and just that you added in, it sounded like you added in something because you didn't have like that information. And so I think it's been presented differently. Like, I don't think we had the bar graphs the last time. And so it might just be helpful to see, you know, the timeframes that you're saying the data for, and then, you know, what the car crash number was.
Absolutely. So in January, this is the bar graph that was presented, but it would have only gone through 2022. Because we only have data through today. As of November 28th, we don't have December data. We're not quite through November. I didn't want to leave a gap and report in that bar graph 11 months worth of data and give you the impression that the collisions had gone down even more drastically. So I used the December data from last year and pulled it over. So we can assume that that could go up a little bit or it could go down a little bit. But it's a reasonable number, and I did make sure that I was very clear that that's what we had done. But that is the exact same bar graph that has been used in the presentation last year and other presentations and has been added to throughout the years.
Okay, thank you.
And I can present it in other ways too,
Yeah,
if
I
you
mean,
would
we can.
prefer.
The biocapsules.
Yes.
So what? You throw capsules on the ground?
They are inside of the delivery unit, that alfalfa mass, and then we check them every day. They're out for a week, and then after that week is up, we pick them up and remove them.
So, like someone was.
And they're in a grid form. They're in a grid format, so that we know exactly where they are.
So you can see if they're gone, but you might not know who ate them.
We have cameras out over them to get as much of that information as we can, but specifically, we don't know if a deer ate them. We don't know if a raccoon ate them or a possum. No.
Okay.
But if any of those if a raccoon would eat them, again, it's all safe, and we'd theoretically be down the line be vaccinating raccoon for ticks, which would help too.
Yeah.
So.
I do think it's an interesting idea, and it does sound like you're saying it's safe for human consumption. It would be safe if a dog ate it.
It is safe if a dog ate it. We are working with Director DeChambeau for all the media releases and stuff to make sure that we are not putting these directly on walking trails. These are off of walking trails to minimize any of that as much as possible to make sure, and then working with Director DeChambeau, again, stress that people keep their dogs on leash, don't let them run free in the parks, that they could be exposed to this. But as said, working, same thing in Meridian Township, we stressed all of this, and we had no evidence that we did this in September there, and we had no evidence that a dog consumed one.
Okay.
Further questions? Ms. Swanson?
Thank you.
Well, let me see if we have somebody else. Do you have another question?
I'm okay.
Do you have any questions? Okay. Dr. Altman, back to you.
Are there potential liability issues building on this question about we don't know who might eat these things? I mean, they sound good. I kind of want one. But if somebody claims their dog ate one of these things and got sick, do we have liability issues?
Well, I assume the university is going to indemnify us from any liability, aren't they?
That's why I asked.
I would have to check on what I guess the language would be, but as the research has shown, I mean, Matt has pulled studies from the scientific literature. The dosage that's in there is so low that those studies were done with mice, and so a dog or a deer and such would not be. If that's why he said it would be really, really negligible risk for humans and dogs. They would have to, yeah.
They'd have to consume, if I remember the math right, they'd have to consume at least 600 of our capsules, which our grids have 80 at a time out, and so it'd be exceptionally rare, almost nil, that any problem would.
But you'll be able to check with the appropriate authorities at Michigan
Right.
State University to see if you will indemnify the city of East Lansing against almost nil. That is not part of your proposal at this point, correct?
Right.
And I assume it's also not part of your proposal at Meridian Township.
Right, I mean, these, again, yes, we will check. These have been used up north for a couple of years, and so, but of course,
Doctor,
there's always.
we understand that.
Right, right, of
So,
course.
but I didn't
yes.
hear anybody guarantee anything. So, good question, thank you.
And I think that the issue is that people can file a lawsuit for any reason, right? Even
That's
if-
right, that's right.
That's what we're concerned
And
about.
as Mr. Chubb will say, we probably have governmental immunity for such a lawsuit, but there's no reason why we shouldn't have another layer of protection.
Right.
And
I
it
think-
would seem that Michigan State University would have already taken that kind of thing into consideration in these kinds of research projects. Other questions? Go ahead.
You mentioned how long do the deer carry for before they give birth?
Gestation period.
Let me do quick math. It's just shy of 7 months.
So there was the slide that said maybe the timing was off with the March and versus the January. And I was wondering if there's other data then that says the best time to cull is January, or, do we have some statistics on that?
Some of the challenges with March is that the weather is starting to change and deer behavior is starting to change. In the winter, they're hungrier, so they're more interested in the bait piles that are placed. In January, it's cold, they might be looking for that food, and so it's a more successful time frame. By the time we get to March, it appeared that their patterns were changing and they weren't as interested.
Okay.
Historically, culling has also generally worked better in December and January due to lack of vegetation, easier to see deer. Like Director DeChambeau said, also they're hungrier, so they go to bait piles. That's historically when culls have been instituted.
And hunting season too.
And hunting season too.
Only for November. But any other questions of presenters? Okay, go ahead, sure.
I don't have a question. I just want to thank the team from Michigan State University for, considering this partnership with us, because my father's had Lyme disease just in the last 6 months, and I definitely see the challenge of our community. This is a public health issue. Well, I don't like to kill animals either, but I really appreciate your research and your working on this.
We appreciate potentially having this opportunity, and this is kind of pioneering work that the CDC is funding, because communities like East Lansing is where most of the disease happens, and that's why we have to try to develop methods in this landscape. So thanks.
And thank you for coming and presenting tonight. So, do we have a motion to put on the floor?
I have a motion.
Yes, sir.
I move approval for the city manager to authorize deer management activities for 2024 and 2025, including MSU research on anti-tick drug delivery protocols and excluding lethal removal of deer.
Is there a second?
Wait, can you clarify what you just said, the last sentence?
I'll read it again, the whole thing
Sure,
from
yeah.
the top. Approve the city manager to authorize deer management activities for 2024 and 2025, including MSU research, including MSU research on anti-tick drug delivery protocols and excluding lethal removal of deer.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on this motion?
If I could address my motion,
Sure.
Mayor. So I'm worried that we're spending $20,000 a year to not solve a problem, and that there might be better ways to spend that money. I think given the amount of variability in deer counts, I just don't see that we're solving a problem. I don't know that we are preventing overbrowsing in our public lands with these limited culls. I think that if there is a problem to be solved, it should be solved at the regional level. I don't think it makes sense for these municipalities to take different actions with respect to these problems. I think that perceptions of deer are gonna maybe diverge from the reality of how many deer there are. Some people are gonna look out at a dozen deer in their backyard and celebrate that, as opposed to be horrified by it. That's part of the division in the community. So when I put these things together, I can't support the call.
Any other discussion regarding the motion?
I wanted to make sure I heard you right, and I did hear you right. I wanted to say, when I was appointed to council, people would always would remind me that I could put up a motion to reverse the decision on the cull. And I always mentioned the cull night, when it was first decided by council, I wrote in and I also tuned in. There were a lot of people that wrote in and that showed up. And so respectfully, I've definitely want to encourage the community to think of other ways to coexist with the deer, but then also respect that decision that was made and understand the perspective of others who are experiencing deer at very high rates. And so part of my work last time with these resolutions was to get some control back on the number of deer that are allowed to be killed, and again, to encourage us to come up with other non-lethal solutions. I would support you if I saw and understood that we could do this successfully. And like the report outs and the data has always and often leans towards that we should lethalize, but some issues of balancing have made sense to me. I don't think we have to be reminded that we keep building in areas that deer live, and a lot of people remind us that the road used to be a forest, so we built through their areas and we pushed them out. And I'm not a humanist, but I do appreciate exploring more with you your perspective on the regional and talking to our commissioners, and just I appreciate your motion.
And you seconded it, right?
I did second it.
Okay. I'm going to vote against the motion. I appreciate Dr. Altman's perspective and the perspective of people who think that we need to coexist with deer and there's a biodiversity issue, and I accept all that. What I can never get over, and perhaps it's my experience doing insurance defense work, I can't get over cars killing deer. I can't get over deer car accidents that hurt people and in some instances kill them. I don't think that's happened in East Lansing recently. And so I happen to think a cull at a reasonable amount is an appropriate solution to that while other things are potentially explored. And so for that reason, I'm going to vote against the motion. Any other discussion on the motion? Mr. Meadows.
Yeah, I've been on this council, obviously, many times, but this is a discussion that has gone on for many years. Prior to the time in 2020, when we established the program, I think it didn't actually go into effect until 2021. But at the time that the presentation was made, it was clear that to have a successful program, we had to commit to a period of time so that we could evaluate its worth within the community and its effectiveness in dealing with some of the issues that were presented by citizen after citizen at the microphone in council meetings. I think that it is very worthwhile for us to explore the idea of going regional with how this can be managed, and it makes sense to me that, the county really should be in charge of this, because there are many areas of the county where this is a problem that needs to be addressed. And leaving it to Meridian Township, Lansing, and East Lansing to deal with something, especially when, part of our community is in Clinton County, which then doesn't control this. It just makes sense to me that we pursue that, and that we ask that staff explore that even further, and we can do our own work with the commissioners, just as Councilmember Watson mentioned. But I'll be voting against this for the reason that I stated back in 2020, that it was time for us to explore this, to put it into operation for a period of time. And I think the idea of the annual report is to let us know whether we are seeing any headway with regard to this. I don't think we need to reestablish it on an annual basis, but we need to have this report and to let us know whether we are actually doing anything with this. I don't think $20,000 a year is a lot of money to pay for this particular type of activity, particularly when, I don't know about everybody else, but when I knocked on doors this year, this came up with a lot of people who were urging us to keep it in place. So I think it's wise that we continue it, and I will vote for a motion that does continue it and includes the MSU project that we had just had presented to us, but I'm going to have to vote against this motion.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Aye. Aye. Okay, motion fails, I think, 1-4. Okay, do we have another motion?
I'll make a motion to authorize the city manager to include in the city's deer management program the MSU Deer Targeted Anti-Tick Project going forward.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Authorize the city manager to include in the city's deer management program the MSU Deer Targeted Anti-Tick Project going forward.
Okay, so you're making that as a, that's not a motion on the deer call itself, it's just if there's a deer call, that would be part of it, correct?
The deer call was authorized in 2020. We didn't say it had to be reestablished annually. It is in place.
No, I think there is documentation.
I think that may have changed last year.
Oh, last year?
I think if you look at
all right, I
page
didn't know that.
142, there's a proposed
Then
motion.
I'll make that the deer management program for 2024-2025, including the MSU Deer Targeted Anti-Tick Project.
Would you consider a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Okay. I would move that we approve the city manager to authorize deer management activities for 2024 and 2025, including but not limited to lethal removal of deer by USDA Wildlife Services per our cooperative services agreement and as permitted by the Michigan DNR, said management activities to include the MSU Deer Tick program at no cost to the city and with complete indemnification from Michigan State University, and taking into consideration the motions that were passed by the city council in 2023 and limiting the call in each year to 80 deer. I'm sorry, that was long, but.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with restating all of that.
If
I
you could
second
do
it.
it.
I agree with the friendly amendment.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay.
Yes.
Questions or discussion? Go ahead.
Even though we're approving for 2 years now, we'll still see you, next year. Is that right, for your presentation?
No. Well, that's, the intent of the motion is that we want to see a report. I don't necessarily think that report has to be a presentation. It could be a written report, but there's things that I asked for last year in terms of accident data and things like that, that I want to keep seeing. So I think that's why I included the phraseology about the motions that we passed earlier this year. So with all due respect to you, Mr. City Manager, that's the intent of my motion. So.
Thank you.
And there is a second to that? Are there questions? Dr. Altman, any questions on that one? Ms. Watson? Mayor Pro Tem? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Right.
Motion passes 4-1. Thanks, people. Thank you for the presentations. Good job, Michigan State University. We're happy you have a football coach. It would be wonderful if you could now get a present. Okay, if it's okay with everybody else, I'd like to keep moving. Is that okay with everybody? Okay. Let me get reorganized here. So I think the next item on the agenda, it becomes 4.2, which is approve a policy resolution 2023-12, an amendment to Clinton County Part 115 Solid Waste Management Plan. And again, with the indulgence of the council and understand this is a change from most recent practice, if we could have a presentation, ask any questions of staff that you want, and then bring it back to the table for a motion and any questions regarding the motion itself. So thanks for coming tonight. Thanks for sitting through everything.
Yeah, good evening. As we established in public comment, my name is Cliff Walls with DPW, and I'm joined here tonight with Taylor and Tim from Granger Waste Services. I'm going to be really quick. I don't want to get in the way. They have a presentation and some details, but essentially boiling this down, Granger requested some amendments to the Clinton County Solid Waste Management Plan. The Clinton County Board of Commissioners approved those or adopted those amendments per resolution, but in order to come into effect, 67% of the municipalities in the county must adopt a resolution in support. In the middle of this process, the county already reached their numbers. It's kind of mute, but this is an opportunity for education or letting the city of East Lansing chime in. The Commission on the Environment mentioned or discussed this in their October and November meetings. Granger came and gave a presentation as well. They were unanimous in their support for recommending the City of East Lansing City Council adopt this resolution. There's a little write-up in the agenda item report. You can see a letter from Kate Neese, the Waste Management Coordinator, basically outlining the request from the county, which is to you as the legislative body, and then an FAQ from Granger as well, and the letter from the Commission on the Environment. There's a lot of details here. There's a lot of things that the Commission on the Environment had questions on. I'll just turn things over to Granger for the details on that, on the actual project that they're proposing and the landfill expansion. But the question before this body tonight is related to changing the language in the Clinton County Solid Waste Plan to allow a closed but licensed landfill to be changed to cited for use. But I'll stop now. They have a lot more details on that.
Granger folks, understand, we have read the materials submitted. We want to hear your presentation, but we have read what you've submitted. So go ahead, please.
Well, that's great, actually. I appreciate.
I didn't say I understood it.
Oh, well, maybe we can just turn it over to the questions then. But ultimately, we have an area within our landfill, the Grand River landfill, which is the one on the west side of town. You might see it as you're heading out on 96 towards Grand Rapids. There is a section there that's been closed. It's been closed for over 32 years. It's in good standing. We still maintain it, but it has available elevation left to be utilized as landfill. This area is likely always going to be landfill. That land use probably will never change. But in order for us to explore that option further, we need to change the solid waste plan first. And that's what this proposal does, is it changes it from closed to cited for use and allows us to continue down a path to see if we can actually turn that into a further use as a landfill.
Okay, well, but I'm sure everybody in this city is gonna have a lot of questions. So I wanna see if I can do a synopsis of the materials you submitted. So as I understand it, this is the first step on you eventually, possibly getting, I want to call it licensure or certification from the state. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so if we played ball with you tonight, then that, hopefully you get to the 67% of the people you need, or the municipalities you need, to get to the first rung of the ladder with the state, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And then, however, after that, you're gonna have to come back to us and get our approval, it seemed like, at pretty much each step as you go through what I'm gonna call the licensing process with the state. Is that correct?
Actually, we get the county's approval.
County's approval?
That is correct, yeah.
So once we vote on this tonight, we're done with it?
There are plenty of opportunities for public hearings in the future.
Okay, but in terms of the City Council of East Lansing officially opting in or opting out, tonight's when we make that decision. If we opt in now, we're done. It's not like the rental housing thing where we can come back and say, no, we don't want our name on this anymore.
My understanding is that that would be correct.
Okay.
You have the option to either support it or not support it. And then, either we get the support of the local community within Clinton County or we don't.
And this is not the landfill that you've been in litigation with the city of Lansing? You're not in litigation on this landfill?
No, and I'm struggling to follow that last comment. But
Don't struggle, it's just a question.
This is the one in Watertown Township.
Yeah, this
so
is a different one. Okay.
But that's my understanding too. This is the one opportunity to chime in on this particular issue. I know that there's a lot of questions like the COE had, that's why we had them prepared here on some of the details of the landfill expansion, but it really is one of those administrative decisions because it's related to the changes in the solid waste plan of the county. That doesn't mean that those changes and the decision of all the local municipalities doesn't have an impact on the eventual project. But in terms of my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Eagle won't take a look at this until they know the county is okay with it. So in terms of feasibility, siting, permitting, those conversations haven't even begun. So I think you had mentioned to the Commission on the Environment, like your best case scenario is 15 years. If everything went smooth, it would be, if you got permission along the way, it would be about 15 years until you went through that process, which would be full of public comment just at the county level. So
Clinton County.
Clinton County, correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, I kind of stole the questions there.
Well, I did have a question about, where we are in the 2/3 of the communities. Have you received approval from other communities?
The county has received the 67% that they need.
Okay.
We were in the middle of this
We're sort looking
process
at
while that came up.
Okay, and the Commission on the Environment did recommend approval of this, correct?
Correct. They were unanimous in it. And one of their points that they made was this vertical expansion, so to speak. It hasn't been proposed anywhere in the United States, to my understanding, but it's something that they're looking towards seeing more of in the future because they don't want to develop green space, the industry in general. And so that's my understanding with this was they already have a landfill there. Why not put a barrier over it, go up, rather than digging into green space? So that was the COE's particular interest, was that it was going to protect green space while expanding capacity.
Yeah, one caveat to that, Cliff, is that the scenario where we have this closed landfill that's actually regulated differently than the new landfill would be has not ever been done.
Okay.
Their piggyback onto landfills happens quite frequently, so it's more technically complicated, but it's not impossible.
And the bottom line on this is this allows Granger to add an additional county from which it may import solid waste, correct?
There is a additional portion of the language that would add Branch County to what we're able to import. That is correct.
Okay.
But my understanding on that is that with the passage of updates to Part 115, that amendment is not needed. It's just part of these updates to make recycling easier statewide. And so they were in the middle of the process when they were already through the process of proposing this and had done some of these talks elsewhere, so they left it in there. But functionally, that is not really relevant anymore.
Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution approving amendment to the Clinton County Solid Waste Management Plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion?
I was just curious what you're holding on to.
Thank you. These are boards. It's basically a presentation. I'm not used to. We've gone to other communities, and this is a lot more formal than what we're used to. So I have a number of boards similar to what the drawings that you guys have in your frequent asked questions. But it shows the area. It shows where we would have vertical expansion. It shows the timeline. And we're on step one, which is a 1 to 2 year process of a potentially 15-year process.
So you've used them before?
We've been on quite the road show.
Yeah, these
All
are a
right,
little
good. I don't
tattered.
want you to
Yeah.
feel like you worked hard last night for us not to even
No.
take a look, but awesome.
Thank
They
you.
came to the Commission on the Environment. The signs did. They were very useful. So.
Yeah,
They got some use at
Any
the
other
city.
discussion on the motion?
No.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, guys. Good luck with it. Which brings us to item 4.3, discussion of board and commission assignments. Folks, I did my best. I hope I didn't mess something up. Is there anything anybody wants to change, or are we kind of okay with what we got?
Well, so we got some conflicts, right, where multiple people are assigned to. I counted half a dozen. So if I go through your list, which you left for us.
Hang on just a second. Let me make sure we got the right list, because I thought we took those out, to be honest with you. There was there was an iteration, I think, around 3:30, but I think you're probably right. And
I'm working from the copy that was at our desks.
They're really not conflicts. I screwed up.
Is that
Okay.
this one that you're looking at?
I think so.
From today, the one we got today.
That's the
So,
accurate
go ahead.
one? Okay.
So the ones identified are Conpee, which has Brookover, Singh, and Watson.
Yeah, so I think, I didn't have a chance to talk to Dana about that, so I think the way that would be is that would be me with Singh as the backup for that. If there's some, I can't be there.
Yep, that's fine with me. I'm just identifying the places.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I missed this.
So, did we start with the first?
Yeah, we're at the
Wrong
top
one?
going down.
And that's, yeah. And in the past, we offered an opportunity for every council member to have interface with the Council of Neighborhood Presidents. Did you all do that?
Did we all do that? No.
We did do
In the
that.
past, it's the mayor's meeting, or it's the council, it's the neighborhood president's meeting with the mayor. And, started by Doug Juster. And at the request of some neighborhood presidents. And so, like, I'm a neighborhood president, and I indicated that if Kerry was going to be there, I wouldn't go to the meeting, because that would be a conflict for all of us. And I'll probably try to take care of that going forward. But
if mayor's there, you're going to go.
But if the mayor pro tem isn't going, like Eric always attended, even when he wasn't mayor pro tem, during that 2015 to 2019 time period.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah,
so it's possible for others to go, even if they aren't assigned
Yeah.
that project.
And we spread it out to, again, have interface with them, just kind of more spread across the board, but I am fine with Brookover and Singh
Yeah,
doing that, CONP, that's
anytime
fine.
you guys want to go, just let me know. I
Yeah.
just don't want to have 3 of us there,
Yeah,
that's
that's
all.
the
Yeah,
issue.
that's it.
Okay, what else, Eric?
The Police Oversight Commission has Meadows and Watson,
Yeah, and I think the tradition has been to have 2
Yeah,
on that.
so that would stay.
yeah.
Yes, sir. And the Meridian, the next one is my mistake. I don't, Dana, I don't know how you ended up on some of these, but, so that's Singh.
For which one?
Elmsway.
Oh,
Meridian
yeah,
Water and
yeah.
Sewer Authority, that's
That's
noon,
fine.
or that's 11 o'clock
I
on
was wondering
Thursday.
how I
Yeah,
was on there
that's-
too.
That's my
but-
bad
Yeah,
again.
okay.
Thanks, Eric. What else?
Election Commission is Brookover and Singh, but that's by statute, right? Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem?
It's usually the mayor, but the mayor pro tem fills in when the mayor is gone, so
Yeah, I think that's me unless I can't be there.
That's right.
yeah.
And then the next one was Parking Task Force, with currently Altman and Watson. Entirely up to you in all these cases, whether you want to hang on to that or not, given.
I'm fine because parking task force was a hard one because they met at 8 and I didn't have like a consistent schedule. So I don't mind and I know how to, keep track of what's going on with them.
Okay, so that's
So, yeah.
Altman?
So
that's
that's
fine.
Altman.
Okay.
And then Transportation Commission, I think, Dana, you said you wanted to hang on to that one, right?
Yes, unless you feel more passionately about transportation than Commission for the Environment.
I guess I'd prefer COE, but it's
Okay.
entirely your call.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so that'll be Watson. That'll be Watson.
Yeah, for now.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
And then the next, on the regional commissions, CATA, I'd expressed an interest, but it was Dana's. If you want to continue, I completely
Again,
fine
Dana,
with you.
your choice.
That's fine, Cata, yep.
The-
With all, for
so
all,
that's-
yes.
Okay,
And then ELPS intergovernmental, I had Brookover and Meadows.
And I think that actually is a 2-person meeting. Two council members have always participated in that meeting.
yeah, I think that's correct.
I don't even think we met.
I think that's correct.
I was told by some school board members that it had not been done for
Yeah.
quite some time, but we used to do it on a quarterly basis.
And that doesn't
And
mean
it was
it's-
important to do it.
I think so too,
It
yeah.
doesn't mean it's going to happen, but at least we're designated, so.
Yeah.
At one time, when I was on the school board, both bodies met in their entirety.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay.
Dr. Altman, did you catch anything else from my
Those are the
errors?
only ones that I caught.
I wanted to just bring up again the LEAP, and that LEAP was on my list, but come to find out, I think we have a voting seat and they wanted the mayor. And so,
Okay.
So historically, I think I was the liaison to LEAP as a council member, if I remember right.
I don't think you were, because I was on that,
You
I
put
was
me
on the
on.
executive board.
You put me on.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, well, maybe we can do that.
Or maybe my memory screwed
Let's have George go to
up.
the first meeting, and then if they say we don't need you.
Yeah, I'll happily give up my seat with LEAP. Why don't I go to the first meeting just to see the lay of the land?
Yeah, and I don't need to be on LEAP, I'm just
I'm
saying.
thinking that might be one you might want to be on. Okay, anything else? Thanks for catching those, Eric. I apologize. I only looked at that 43 times, so. So I would, the policy indicates that these theoretically are by appointment of the mayor with the consent of the council. So just to do everything according to whole, I'd appreciate a motion to approve these.
So moved.
So we have that for the record.
I'll second.
Is there a second with the changes we just made?
Right.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thanks, people, for doing all that. I realize that's kind of a painful process, so.
Could you send out the final, this spreadsheet is a nice spreadsheet. and-
Gosh, Dr. Altman, you're asking a lot. Yes, it'll be done tomorrow. Okay. Any other business before the council? Could I have a motion to adjourn?
So
I'd like to have a
moved.
motion to adjourn. So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Meeting's adjourned. Thanks for your time tonight.